I'm Dr. Kiran, Assistant Professor, College of Horticulture, Jagudan, the Darkushinagar Dantewada Agriculture University, and Organizing Secretary of this webinar. Friends, we all know that today we have gathered here for this webinar to enhance our knowledge on the various aspects of floriculture. So first of all, I welcome and thank you all for showing your enthusiasm and interest in this webinar. So you all know that floriculture is an important agribusiness with expanding market base, having potential to generate employment, and our educated youth, they are getting attracted towards this field as compared to agriculture because of the more return per unit land, and because landscaping provide a platform for the youngsters who are very creative to show their creativeness, their new ideas, their innovativeness. And nowadays the problem of pollution and this urbanization has led to the pollution in cities, and the ornamental horticulture has the potential for protecting this fast deteriorating urban environment and converting our concrete jungles into a very beautiful aesthetic habitat. So the main agenda of this webinar is to enhance and enrich knowledge and spread knowledge on different aspects of floriculture and landscape industry, like different aspects like protected cultivation of flowers, seed production, use of native flora, drying of flowers, turf management, and innovations in urban landscaping. We'll enhance our knowledge to experts of these fields. So without wasting time, now on behalf of our respected Dean Sir, Dr. A.U. Amin Sir, I would invite Dr. J.R. Barodria Sir for the welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Namaskar. On behalf of our respected Dean, Dr. A.U. Amin, I, J.R. Barodria, warmly welcome to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. R.K. Patel Sir, Honorable Director of Research, Dr. R.N. Singh Sir, Director of Extension Education, Dr. V.T. Patel Sir, Registrar, Dr. K.K. Patel Sir, Dr. Y.C. Gupta, Dean, College of Horticulture and Forestry, Thun, Mandi, Dr. S.L. Chawla, Associate Professor, Aspi College of Horticulture and Forestry, Navsari, Dharukan, and Dr. Priyanka Thakur, Principal Floriculturist, Dharukan, Dr. Y.S. Verma, University of Horticulture and Forestry, Noni, Dr. Manish Kapoor, Associate Professor, Department of Botany, Punjab University, Patiala, Dr. Naresh Pancholi, Founder, Class Associates, Dr. Kiran Kumari, Assistant Professor and Head, Department of Floriculture and Landscape Architecture, and a Dean, and participants who have gathered on this platform from various parts of the country to attend this webinar. It is my pleasure to welcome you all on this occasion. I am informed that over 700 participants have been registered in this webinar from different states of the country. I appreciate the staff of College of Horticulture, Jagudan in general, and Department of Floriculture and Landscape Architecture in particular for organizing this kind of event in virtual form. I would also like to appreciate our estimated invited speakers for accepting the proposal regarding their lecture. Sadakushinagar Dantewada Agriculture University has established College of Horticulture in 2008 to train and develop the horticulture professionals in order to furnish the growing needs of the nation and state. The college has well-trained and highly qualified teaching faculties along with advanced infrastructure facilities. This institute is imparting the degree of BSc Honours Horticulture, MSc Vegetable Science, Food Science, Floriculture and Landscape Architecture, and Plantation, Spices, Medicinal, Aromatic Plants, uh, and PhD in Vegetable Science. The college, with its wide range of activities for teaching, research, and extension, has been providing new dimension to the development in all areas of horticulture. College of Horticulture is gaining remarkable progress in terms of teaching, research, and extension activities for upliftment of socio-economic status. The university has different research stations which are specially working on horticultural crops like date, potato, spices, other fruit crops. It is unadorned fact that students, faculties, and university authorities together making the difference in creating environment which is very conducive to learning, teaching, extension, and research for student and faculty. Horticulture is one of the vivacious sector of agriculture which has various opportunities to sort out the problem of the society like unemployment, malnutrition, and global warming challenges. Also, it has potential to improve farmers' livelihood and consequently uplift the country's economy. Even though the horticulture production has surpassed food grain production in past years, but still there are bundle of opportunities in the floriculture sector which are not explored, which can lend a hand in increasing horticultural share at national and international level. Floriculture is one of the most lucrative business, having ample of career opportunities for both farmers and entrepreneurs. Floriculture plays a major role in uplifting the farmers' economy, generating employment, developing wide range of small-scale industries. Flowers tend to give more income in less area. Yes, there is some problem of nematode. Farmers use marigold as a tap crop. They also opt for multi-cropping and intercropping with fruit crops, thus generating high income than regular farming system. Other aspect of floriculture is value addition, which is highly profitable business, and entrepreneurs are earning dollars through export. In the era of global warming, we are facing alarming situations from nature which can be overcome to a certain extent through bioaesthetic planning. There is great scope for ornamental nursery as awareness for eco-friendliness among the people is inclining with the change in the lifestyle. Even the pandemic situation of COVID-19, it was observed that the people's interest towards the gardening has shifted positively to keep their mind at peace and to be in close proximity with nature. The main purpose of organizing this webinar is to update the educated youth, funding entrepreneurs, nurserymen regarding cultivation of flowers and ornamentals, increase their income by grabbing the underlying opportunities through floriculture and landscape industry. The educated and unemployed youth who are interested to start up the business can get knowledge regarding protected cultivation, value addition, and setting up small-scale industry, innovative landscaping, and vertical gardening. Therefore, to point out the importance of floriculture and landscape industries for farmers and entrepreneurs, Department of Floriculture, Landscape Architecture, College of Horticulture, ST Agriculture University, Jagodhan is organizing one-day webinar with eminent scientists and entrepreneurs from Central Institute and State Agricultural University. I hope discussion in this webinar will be very informative and useful to all the participants. I convey my best wishes for successful completion of this webinar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And so now, on behalf of our Dean, Dr. A. Amin, sir, uh, without wasting any time, without further delay, let's start this session. I would like to invite our respected Dr. R. M. Singh, sir, Director of Research, Sardar Kushinagar University, for inaugural speech on the behalf of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. As our Vice Chancellor, sir, could not be with us due to some unavoidable circumstances, over to you, sir. Dr. R. N. Singh, sir. Sir, please unmute yourself. Sir, please unmute yourself. Sir, please unmute.
Okay. आवाज आ रही है मैडम? हेलो.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Good morning and warm welcome to Dr. Y.C. Gupta ji, Dean, College of Horticulture and Forestry, Mandi. Dr. S.L. Chawla ji, Associate Professor, SP College of Horticulture and Forestry, Navsari Agriculture University, Navsari. Dr. Priyanka Thakur ji, Principal Horticulturist, RHRTS Nandukan, Dr. Y.S. Parmar ji, University of Horticulture and Forestry, Solan, Himachal Pradesh, Dr. Manish Kapoor, Associate Professor and in charge, Botanical Garden, Punjabi University, Patiala, Dr. Naresh Pancholi ji, Founder, Palas Associate, Surat, Dr. A. Amin, Dean College of Horticulture, Jagudan, Dr. Badodaria ji, Associate Professor, College of Horticulture, Jagudan, Dr. Kiran Kumari, Organizing Secretary of this webinar, and all the participants from the different part of the country who are attending this event. I am happy to state that Department of Floriculture and Landscape Architecture College of Horticulture is organizing a national webinar on recent trend in floriculture and landscape industry to disseminate knowledge of expert among the scientific community, students and academicians. As a director of research of this university, it is my pleasure and privilege to heartily welcome you all in this event. Friends, we all are aware about the unprecedented outbreak of COVID-19. Due to this, we all are forced to transform and adopt our lives and working culture from physical mode to virtual mode. The recent and advanced meeting tool propel scientists and educationists to stick on web mode of knowledge dissemination. Sardar Kushinagar Datiwada Agriculture University, Sardar Kushinagar is working on the tri-system that is teaching, research, extension activities in agriculture and allied sciences. College of Horticulture Jagdan was established in the year 2008 with the mandate to impart the quality education to graduate and postgraduate level to solve the need-based problem of farming community of this region for horticultural crops. Presently, college is involved in research and development, which is mainly focused on production, technology of fruits, vegetable, floriculture, landscape, gardening, spices, plantation, medicinal crops, and their post-harvest management. The scenario of horticulture crop in India has become very encouraging with a share of 30% in the total agriculture output. Presently, the area occupied by the horticulture crop is around 25 million hectares with a production of 312 million tons, having the productivity of 12 tons per hectare. It is a not worthy to maintain that Gujarat hold good position in horticulture production and share 9.2% in fruits, 6.6% in vegetables, 12% in spices, and 5.5% in flower production of the country. Horticulture wealth of Gujarat encompass a wide range of crop including fruits, pomegranate, guava, enola, lime, custard apple, mango, papaya, cashew nut, date palm, and other underutilized and underexploited plants. Vegetables, potato, tomato, chili, brinjal, cucurbits, onion, garlic, okra, etc. are some of the tuber crop in isolated pockets of North Gujarat region of Gujarat. Seed spices, cumin, coriander, fennel, fenugreek, dill seed, ajwain, etc. Flowers, rose, marigold, spider, lily, etc. and medicinal and aromatic plants. Floriculture is one of the most potential component of the horticulture industry, being important from social and economical point of view. It has the potential for generating employment opportunity around the year and earning foreign exchanges. Flowers have been considered as the symbol of purity, grace, and elegance. Love for nature, flowers is a inherent instinct. Ornamental plant and flower are associated with our civilization since time immemorial. Description of the flowers and gardens are also present in our ancient classic literature. India is wide variety in climate condition which beneficial factors for growing different type of flowers around the years. As far as the flower trade is concerned, that is cut flower and rose flowers, it is expanding very well in our state because with the change in the lifestyle trend in floral decoration, marriage, birthday parties, and other social gathering. It is inclining in Gujarat. People are religious and celebrating every festival with full enthusiasm. There is a bumper demand for flowers during Navratri, Garba, Diwali, followed by Gujarati New Year's, and flowers are great plentiful return during this period even in local market. Importance of flower is not restricted but the beautification, decoration or preparation of garland, gajra, veni and vacuums but also have the industrial importance. Flower are used for extraction of essential oil which is base for preparation of perfumes, scent, ethers. Flowers are also used in textile industries and also in food industry. All big cities are developing very speedily and to accommodate the fast growing population, concrete jungle is also developing at the same rate and thus people are now realizing the importance of the open space, park and garden for relaxation, peace of mind, recreation and fresh air. Ornamental horticulture has a potential for protecting the fast deteriorating urban environment and converting the concrete jungles into aesthetic habitat. Thus, to meet out all these problems, bioaesthetic planting is essential, which run hand in hand with town planting. The capital of Gujarat is the best example of bioaesthetic planting. In modern lifestyle, garden in the country yard is a integral part of the demand of the ornamental plant is increasing day by day, and to meet out the same there is a good scope for entrepreneurship and nursery also. Area under my university jurisdiction is dominant in roses, marigold, and spider lily cultivation, etc. With the guidance of my university officers, farmers are taking interest in flower cultivation among with the other horticultural crops. Farmers, 40 to 60 families of Devala village in Mehsana district are doing rose cultivation on large scale and getting good returns. Flower cultivation is popularized in Amirgarh of Banaskantha, Palanpur, Mansa, Dehgam, Kherwa, and other part of North Gujarat area. An ornamental plant nursery is a luxurious retail or wholesale business for supply of various types of plants and planting materials. And our educated rural youth taking this as a good business opportunity. I hope this platform will provide the opportunity to the scientists and academicians to discuss and encouraging issues and challenges with respect to flowers and urban landscaping aspects in the field of horticulture via virtual mode. At the end, I want to convey my best wishes to the scientists and staff of the organizing college with need-based theme and request to speaker to elaborate your topic on this virtual platform for the benefit of all the stakeholders for the well-being and aggregation community. Once again, I convey my best wishes for success of this webinar. Thank you. Jai Jai Gajuri Gujarat. Thank you very much. आवाज नहीं आ रही.
Madam, kindly unmute.
And in charge of AIC Floriculture improvement projects since 2006 and many other floriculture projects. He has acted as a chairman in many conferences and symposia. He has published 6 books, 60 research papers, and 120 other publications. He has given almost 70 TV talks and radio talks. He has trained farmers through training and workshops. He has bagged many awards like honor like Dr. Manmohan Attawar Gold Medal, Lotus Puraskar, Lifetime Achievement Award. So now, not taking much time, I would like to invite our eminent speaker, Dr. Y. C. Gupta sir, to enrich our knowledge and spread knowledge on the topic advances in protected cultivation. Over to you, sir. Sir, please start. So please unmute your microphone, sir. So you are not audible, sir.
Now, right?
Yes,
Hello,
sir, you are audible now, sir. So please start.
Kiran.
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
So this is okay. Today's my topic is advances in protected cultivation of flower crops. You know the traditional system of flowering, growing flowers is 100 years ago. We are growing marigold, roses, guldaudi
Sir,
in
sir, I
open
just
conditions.
want to interrupt you, sir. You will present yourself, or I have to show your slide, sir.
I will अभी करें खुद ही करें ना. I will
Okay,
show
sir.
a side.
Just share your screen, sir.
For the last 25 years, there is a change in farming system of floriculture. Now, most of the flowers are under protected structure. So, important almost all the farmers, they are preferring growing of flowers under protected structure. You know, greenhouse is a frame structure. Here we grow plants under protected condition. But there are different type. One is highly cost being this environmental control. Second is naturally ventilated polyhouse where we can
Sir,
grow.
sorry to interrupt you, sir. Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Your slides are not visible.
नहीं आ रही
So,
slide.
if you are not able to share, sir, we'll share from here.
इनको बोले वो करें. डॉक्टर किरण
Yes, sir.
किरण
Yes,
आप
sir.
रन करो अभी आप
Okay, sir.
रन करो मेरी स्लाइड.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Just wait a minute.
ओके.
Okay, sir. Now you can start, sir.
Okay. Run the first slide.
Yes, sir.
Greenhouse is a frame structure in which plants are grown under protected environment. चल रहा है स्लाइड चल रही है किरण.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You carry on, sir.
Next slide.
Yes, sir. Yes,
It is
sir.
greenhouse के ऊपर naturally ventilated polyhouse are stable for mild climate where the temperature range is not above 35 degrees centigrade. Now, internationally, 60 countries, more than 60 countries are involved in growing of flower crops. Dr. Kiran, next slide करो.
Yes, sir.
Slide.
Yes, sir. Advantages of greenhouse
Slide
production.
ये इसमें मेन स्क्रीन में नहीं आ रही. No. International national scenario.
Dr. Kiran,
There
please.
are 60 countries. Back.
Sir, pin करो अपनी screen को, sir. Sir, just pin your screen, sir.
Back करो,
So that
back.
it is visible to you.
Dr. Kiran, can you please play a slideshow?
Yes, sir. We are running.
Slide
Okay,
show करो ना.
Okay.
No, slideshow is not running. Slides are visible, but they are very small.
Okay. Yes. I think now it is
आप
visible. Sir, is it visible now?
आप स्टार्टिंग से चलो किरण. Is it visible? But
Yes, sir.
स्टार्टिंग से स्टार्ट करो.
Okay, sir.
दोबारा करो start दोबारा.
Okay, sir.
हेलो.
From the first slide, sir.
हाँ yes. No.
From the
It's
first
all
slide,
right.
sir.
अब next करो. Next
Dr.
slide.
Kiran, press F5. It will.
Next slide.
Wait.
किरण next slide.
Sir, wait for a minute. Sir, wait for a minute, sir.
Okay. No problem. Take.
Okay, sir. Now you can start, sir.
अब स्लाइड आगे करो, नेक्स्ट करो ना,
Okay, sir.
ग्रीन हाउस से आगे चलो। नेक्स्ट इंटरनेशनल सिनेरियो पे आ जाओ।
Yes, sir. It is international and national scenarios.
इन इंटरनेशनल
It is not
Right.
visible to you, sir.
अच्छा,
You just
ओके।
start presenting, sir, and say
Major
next slide.
countries are involved: USA, Netherlands, Zimbabwe, Morocco. There are the and hello.
Yes, sir.
I have started my presentation, but I am talking about the international and national scenario of the potato cultivation.
Yes, sir. The slide is
Now,
visible, sir.
there are in India more than 200 units are involved in potato cultivation of flower crops, mainly roses, gerbera, carnation. Yeah, okay, fine. In our state, carnation is the leading flower. Now, where I am located, it is the largest area in Siraj Valley. The farmers are growing carnation. Certainly, there are different advantages, several advantages costly, but produce and we have the edge of growing off-season flower production, high yield, protection from adverse climatic condition, and specialized job like hybrid seed production, nursery production, and control of insect pests. They are very, very good in this, and especially it is meant for growing high value crops. We have a low volume, but we get maximum return. Next, the flowers. We are grown. Not we are not growing everyone. Everything in India, and pot plants like chrysanthemum, geranium, begonia. There are certain crops which are highly preferred under. If you take example of carnation, because it is very susceptible to insect pests, Fusarium blight, then preferring to grow carnation under polyhouse. Rose, international flower, for the last so many years, it is number one nationally. It among top 10 cut flower, rose come always first because it is highly in demand. Most of the varieties they are colored, followed by white, yellow, pink, mixed color varieties. If you see, my dear scientist students, if you see the varieties certainly most of the varieties in are imported from Holland, other country also, France. But this first red, Grand Gala, Noblesse, Conrevol, Grand Prix, they are highly preferred in the market and the growers of India. If you see the temperature, definitely we should go for a venting a polyhouse. We should also look for the temperature, relative humidity, light, CO2 concentration. This is the requirement: 16 degrees centigrade night temperature and 25 to 30 degrees centigrade day temperature. In general, the average temperature should be 17.5 degrees centigrade. If the temperature is good, you will get maximum number of petals, large size, long stem, very good color, relative humidity 60 to 75%. If it goes beyond 75%, then certainly you will get diseases, insect pests, or if it is below 60%, then this mite is a great problem. 12-hour light is sufficient, and CO2 concentration. Students used to come across CO2 feeding. This CO2 is also used in polyhouse, is used for nutrition of the flower crops. The requirement is 1000 to 3000 ppm. This is the slide of my farm. This is a variety I got from Pisman Flora for the last 5 years back, and it is doing well. These are the picture of the cultivars. You can see. This is the time of propagation. You can see tuber, rootstock, rosa indica, multiflora, planting, time October to November, planting highly intensive 15 to 40 centimeters. Means 12,000 plants per 100 square meter. This is the growing media because rose, hello, 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 Kiran, hello, hello, media is preferred soil and sawdust, but in addition, they have a plenty of coco peat. Coco peat can be rose can be grown independently in coco peat or in a combo model like soils, FYM and coco peat. pH should be 5.5 to 6 degree 6. This is the fertilization because we are supplying the fertilizer through this fertigation mode. This is the micronutrient and nitrate urea. It should be supplied whenever you are in crop. You will face a building of a plant framework. Framework is the most important part. This is whenever 60 days of planting, you will get a weak stem. The lowermost weak stem should be bended to get the maximum number of the shoots. Whenever you have a maximum number of shoots, you will get more production. Within 6 months, you will get new crop. Although it will be flowering within 3 months, but try to disperse the flowers. This is the main outline of the timing for framework. Next, Dr. Kiran, next.
Yes, sir.
Next. Soil must be humid. Okay. We are always supplying irrigation, and before establishing of any crop in rose, especially rose, we need a sprinkler or you need a mister. Because of high temperature, we have to lower down the temperature and have to create a 60 to 75% humidity. This is the flower yield. If you are within 1.5 years, you will get 249 stems per square meter per year. If the yield is more, then you will get maximum number of maximum benefit from the growing of flower or rose especially. And harvesting and post-harvesting handling is very, very important. We have to cut tight bud stage, cut the stem in the morning and put the stem in the basket after cutting so that the toxicity should be maintained. Don't harvest the flower when the temperature is very high. It should be cut before sunrise to maintain the turgor pressure. This flower should be kept in a cold store for 2 to 4 degrees centigrade to remove the field heat. This is all about the rose. Next crop is international crop is Australia, a very important crop, but it is not suitable for Gujarat condition. This is a crop for the temperate zone. When the temperature is above 18 degrees centigrade, it will never flower because it is introduced for the last 10 years back. Especially in India, these are the cultivars of the this Aladdin, Serena, Pink Panther, Pluto. Next, and it is propagated by rhizome division. One thing I want to share with my audience that it is the shape of this flower is a carcinogenic. Whenever you are dealing with this Australia, we have to take care of our hands or eyes and mouth because if any drops fall, then it is very, very harmful. This is the temperature range for growing Australia. My dear, especially my audience, this flower is gaining popularity day by day. Northeastern region is now growing latest hybrid having a red color, white color, which is in great demand, especially Kathmandu variety. of white in color. Next, this is the photo period requirement, 13 hours light, and if the light level is less, then we have to provide supplemental light through artificial lighting. Next, Australia generally require a low temperature, need a moist condition. So drip irrigation is the best one to save the water, and excess of water comes in root rot. So this is the very important. The field should be moist, and 80 to 85% humidity should be maintained. It requires high humidity. Next one, this is the soil media required for the this Austrian area. Loose, well-drained medium. If the growing media is very good, the crop ultimately the crop result will be very good. And the pH should be 6.5, and spacing 45 into 50 centimeter, 4 to 5 plants per square meter. Pinching and dispersing is the most important part in Australia, because we will get maximum number of shoots. If we are allowing more number of shoots, the crop will be weaker. So pulling of the weaker stem and allowing only healthy, vigorous stem to flower. Next one. Next, staking, because staking is the for the crop like Sumeria, it requires staking. Mesh, nowadays we have get the mesh from the suppliers that has a hole of 20 to 20 centimeter before planting. After planting, put the mesh, and then as and when the stem grows, also remove the this mesh above and above, and mulching with polythene sheet or dry grass seed is very important. Harvesting, the flowers are harvested when colors appear on the first flower, or when 4 to 5 flowers are open in the cluster. 2 to 4 degrees centigrade temperature for 2 weeks after pre-treatment of flowers in silver sulfate and with sucrose solution is recommended for encouraging the or enhancing the shelf life of a Australia. Next, carnation. This is a very important crop. As you know, Dr. Weiss from our University of Horticulture and Forestry, Department of Floriculture Landscaping is considered, or it is recognized as a national repository of carnation, and we are also running a dust testing on carnation. Our scientists, they have developed a very good hybrid mutant in case of carnation. And this crop, again a low temperature requiring crop. Next one. Next. This is a scene of our this variety grown in our repository. These are the varieties grown by farmers, mostly red color, white color, yellow color varieties are preferred in the market. Our farmers are so trained, like in Gujarat, some of the horticulture crops, or like the spider lily, used to go to Bombay or Mumbai, because that is in great demand. Navsari is the greater area for growing this. Like this spider lily, this is again a very important flower for Himachal Pradesh, and by growing this flower, farmer can get 2 to 3 times in a year flowering. So income of the farmers can be enhanced not only 2 times, but more than 3 or 4 times. The farmer will get the maximum returns. Next. This is the temperature requirement. Temperature, it is a very sensitive to the temperature. Night 7 to 18 degrees centigrade, 16 to 20 degrees centigrade day temperature. Again, humidity 65 to 80%, light intensity 50,000 lux. It is the crop which is mostly grown under polyhouse condition or protected condition. If you are allowing this crop in a open condition, then you will get certain diseases like fusarium, pest like mite you will come across, and vegetative propagation is the most important part. Firstly, we are growing through tissue culture. We have standardized the tissue culture technique. After taking tissue culture stock, put them in a polyhouse, grow the cutting. The plants will come in a good condition, and then take the terminal part to grow the cutting. If you are growing through the for propagation, if you are growing carnation for cutting purpose, if you are growing carnation for cut flower production, then don't allow, then don't take any cutting in years to come. Next is, this is the picture of carnation rooted cutting in our farm, a very healthy cutting. We are growing it in a mixture of cocoa-peat plus sand plus soil. And our farmers, certain farmers, they acquired a very good professional efficiency in growing carnation cutting, and they are also supplying to the growers or their own polyhouses. This cutting is being sold 12 to 14 rupees per cutting. The profit if you are growing carnation for cutting purpose, it will go more than 14 lakhs in a year. So this is a very profitable venture. Next. Soil. Next. Soil, if you are growing directly in the soil, if you are growing with a soilless medium, then cocoa-peat is the best choice, or a vermiculite or perlite. pH should be 6 to 77, and before starting, we need a soil sterilization with sodium, with hydrogen peroxide or this formalin is highly preferred. This is a plant spacing. Mostly nowadays the spacing has been increased from 36 plants per square meter. Next, this is the bed layout followed by the farmer. Next, this is the sportive system or sport system by putting a mesh. But certain farmers, they have innovations. They have put a bamboo sticks in nearby in the from a particular distance, 1 by 1 meter, and then they are putting a sutli in that, making a in their fashion like your sporting system, mesh system. If the farmers is strong, then they can go for this nylon mesh. Next one, pinching. Pinching is a next. Pinching is the most important part in carnation. If you are able, there are 3 systems of pinching: single pinch, and pinch and a half. Is removal of by removing this, we can get a maximum stem or a axillary shoots. From a single pinching is mostly preferred because we will get early flowering and we will get healthy and a strong stem. Next, this budding, because in carnation we get from the main bud, around the main bud we get several buds. Remove the buds when they are in a pea stage. Standard carnation, only one bud is left, and in case of spray carnation, central bud is removed and outer buds are kept so that we will get a very good bunch. The plant should be fairly turgid. This bud, when bud reaches pea sizes, this is the thumb rule. If you are this budding at a before pea stage or after pea stage, the result will be not beneficial. Next one, growth regulation is the most important part. Again, spraying with Ethereal or BAP. After each harvest, we will get maximum oil. Fertigate plants with 200 ppm nitrogen and potash 100 ppm along with irrigation water. During winter, supplementary lighting from dusk to dawn is required, so that the carnation plant should get maximum light intensity. If the light intensity is weaker, then there will be delay in flowering, color will be fairly is not good. Next, this is the harvesting stage. Paint buff spray is recommended in case of carnation, standard carnation, and when spray carnations are harvested, then 3 buds are showing color. In abroad, spray carnations are highly preferred, but in India, standard carnations are preferred. Next, this is the post-harvest management, because carnation is a ethylene sensitive flower. So we have to take care of this important point. Always keep flower in clean and fresh water, and as soon as you have harvested the flower, bring them in a low temperature, 2 to 4 degrees centigrade, so that the field heat should be removed. After removal of the field heat, grade the flower A, B, C grade and treat them with floral preservative. And if you have a demand, then pack them and send them through refrigerated van. Or if you have if the market is dull, then you can store for 12 to 36 hours at 4 degrees centigrade, and always transport flower through cool condition. Next, chrysanthemum, very important crop. However, mostly chrysanthemum is grown open condition. But for the last 4 or 5 years, farmers used to grow chrysanthemum under polyhouse condition in order to get the early flowers by controlling the photo period, as well as the farmers are getting a good quality flowers. These are the cultivars always grown by the farmers: Purnima, Snowball, Tata Century, Snor Bangla, Mountaineer, Fighting Queen, and Spray, Virabal Sani, Nalako, Ajay. These varieties are always available in any university, and they are very important because yellow and white chrysanthemum are highly preferred in the market. But for the last 3 or 4 years, there is a great demand of spray chrysanthemum. They are harvested as such. Next, these are the germplasm repository of or photograph of the promising cultivar of chrysanthemum. You can see the Birbal Sani, released from NVRI, Fiji, it is imported variety, Bagi from Ludhiana, Mountaineer from this NVRI, Snowball, Snor Bangla. Then the next one, Tata Century, Fighting Queen, Surf variety. Surf is a very important variety. It is grown for loose flower production, and sometimes in my lifetime I also personally felt that 1 kg of flower of surf is being sold at the rate of 300 rupees per kg. This is the demand of, because for a certain thin area, it is a white variety, it is being tinted, and you can create a new impression on in a particular area. Next one, this is the polyhouse production in a polytunnel in and around our university. This variety is a Purnima variety. You can see it looks like a snow. This is a picture from my farmer field. One of the farmer, which is the best, which was known as earlier as a best farmer of Himachal Pradesh of chrysanthemum, Mr. Suresh Sharma. He has produced this about 8 years back. Next one. This is chrysanthemum is propagated by terminal stem cutting. The temperature requirement is again any flower. Mostly I see 10 to 50 to 25 degrees centigrade is the range. relative humidity 60 to 70%, light level, or you can grow chrysanthemum round the year. Means if you have a photoperiod control, that technology is again developed from our institute. Our one of the leading scientists, Dr. S.R. Liman, he has standardized the technology for growing chrysanthemum under photoperiod condition. Next one. This is the planting density of next. Flower regulation means pinching, disbudding, spore net is the main landmark or a requirement in case of standard chrysanthemum. By pinching, you will get maximum source. Disbudding, you will get a maximum size of flower. Spore system, by providing spore, you will get a erect flowers, erect stem, which are great in demand. This is the cyclic lighting, 12 hour supplementary lighting is required. If you, this is a 40 to 50 flowers per square meter, from chrysanthemum, storage 1 degree centigrade at dry temperature. Next, lilium, a bulbous crop, a very important from farmer point of view. This presentation mostly I prepared from farmer point of view because our honorable Prime Minister is always stressing that this should have a capsule courses on startup or the skill India, skill development. In case of floriculture, protected cultivation offers a very vast opportunity to young youth to adopt this profession as a business. Among, I have described several crops. Lilium is a leading crop for a temperate or mild climate zone. Asiatic variety can be grown in a warmer area. These are the variety, or LA hybrids, they are also required. But Oriental hybrids certainly require a low temperature. Next. These are the cultivars, the very fascinating color, Elite, Brunello, Brindisi, Latia. Next. Even next. This is again a picture from farmer field. You can see the vigorous, healthy crop. Propagation by scales or bulbs. Very easy because we are spending crores of rupees to foreign. If we have standardized the propagation technique of this lilium, outer scales, they are put in by NAA 500 ppm and put in coco pit, and we will get smaller balls, tiny balls. They are again developed under controlled condition for to become them in bigger size. This is the planting time, planting density. Again, so live carnation or 60 to 70 plants per square meter. Highly dense planting. Oriental, this is 40 to 50 plants or 55 to 60 plants in excess of LA hybrids. And optimum temperature, you can see 15 to 18 degrees centigrade and night 12 to 13 degrees centigrade. And CO2 requirement or relative humidity 800 to 1000 ppm, 70 to 80%. Shading is also required because it is grown under a shade net house, not in a poly house. So we have to cover the poly house or this structure with green shade net, having a 50% light intensity. Next. This is the fertilizer requirement. It requires a calcium nitrate in a larger quantity, 1 gram per square meter. Fertigation, 200 to 500 ppm, once in nitrogen once in a week. And mostly, this lilium bulbs, they are being programmed, means they are given after harvesting, they are being put in a rooting room or a low temperature room or in this cold store, after keeping them for 6 to 5 weeks, 6 to 7 weeks at 2 degrees centigrade, the chilling requirement is fulfilled. This is called programming. If the bulbs are not programmed, they will never flower. This is the main drawback by why we in a warmer area lily is not grown, because the size will become less, and without programming they will not flower. This harvesting stage is always when the about 6 to 7 buds in a stem, almost 50% buds are showing colors. Store them in 1 degree centigrade in a wet storage condition. Next, Gerbera, a very important crop for Gerbera and roses, a very important crop from Gujarat point of view. These are the cultivars of the Gerbera, and Himachal, nearby Himachal in the boundary area, there is a one district or a part of Dehradun district, Vikas Nagar, is known for growing Gerbera throughout the country like Pune, Mahabaleshwar. This area is very important, and to my best knowledge, in the Gujarat, this is also being preferred because Gerbera we can take flowers from a single plant. Every day it will give one flower. And because as and when it grows, we definitely get good flowers. This is a temperature, a light requirement, or everything I have stored. But Gerbera, to my best knowledge, it is very pest prone to the white fly. If you are able to control the white fly, then you will get a good crop of Gerbera. The best point in my while working with Gerbera, put a yellow trap, then you are able to control the white fly. Otherwise, Gerbera is a highly preferred plant for by the white fly. You have to control, and irrigation along with fertigation, so it should be adopted. This is again a requirement of all the things. Coco peat, sawdust, or a coco peat independently is preferred for as a growing medium for growing Gerbera. Next, any question regarding this protected cultivation? Because we have other fields like growing of pot plant, nursery under protected structure, hybrid seed production is also a very important part, which I did not mention here. I have mentioned only the in advances, this growing medium, control of insect pests, and adopting a new cultivar is the most important part to obtain a maximum benefit in case of growing flower under protected structure. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I am highly thankful to my student Kiran Thakur, along with his Dean, Director, and Honorable Vice Chancellor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We are sorry for the little inconvenience you have faced in the starting. Thank you so much for enriching us with your practical expertise, your knowledge, especially on linear and alstrom area, because these two crops are new in this semi-arid conditions of Gujarat. For our students, this linear and alstrom area, these are new crops, and you have shared your knowledge starting from the propagation to special culture practices to their harvesting, post-harvest handling. So thank you for sharing your knowledge, sir. Thank you very much. So without wasting time, I just thank you, sir. So without wasting time, I just want to invite our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. S.L. Chawla, sir. Dr. S.L. Chawla is presently serving as Associate Professor in Department of Floriculture and Landscape Architecture, SP College of Horticulture and Forestry, Navsari Agriculture University, Gujarat. He has served as in charge professor and head of department for around 2.5 years and contributed significantly to diversify the teaching, research, and extension activities. Among them, getting conceptualization, planning, and successful execution of certificate course in the turf management. It is a very important course. It is one of its kind, and I think throughout India, it is the only university which is offering such kind of course. So the credit for this goes to Dr. Chandler sir, and he is handling two research projects presently. He has published more than 88 papers in national and international journals, edited and compiled 21 books, compendiums, manuals, reference manuals, etc. Authored, co-authored 29 papers in state, national, and international seminars, symposia, workshops, and in the schools. He has published 65 popular articles. He has been credited to release 23 recommendations on floriculture for the welfare of farmers of South Gujarat. Dr. Chandler is actively involved in PG teaching, research, and guiding. He has guided 9 MSc and 4 PhD students in floriculture disciplines. Contribution of Dr. Chandler in the field of floriculture has been honored by the Lotus Pushkar Award, which is prestigious award of floriculture in the country for the significant contribution and commitment to research and development in ornamental horticulture. He is fellow of ISOH, Indian Society of Horticulture Research and Development, Society of Horticulture Research and Development. He has also honored by Best Teacher Award in 2017-18 by the Navsari Agriculture University for his outstanding contribution in teaching. Indian Academy of Horticulture Sciences, New Delhi, also honored him by Dr. Manmohan Atawar Gold Medal in Floriculture. All India Paramount Achiever Award was awarded him by Society of Advancement of Human and Nature. Dr. Y.S. Parmar University, Solan, HP. He is also member of 8 scientific societies, patron Society for Horticulture Research and Development, is joint secretary in Indian Society of Ornamental Horticulture, patron and executive councillor of the Horticulture Society of Gujarat. Dr. Chawla will enlighten us with his knowledge and expertise on turf grass. So his talk on career opportunities in turf grass management. So over to you, sir. Dr. S.L. Chawla, sir. Sir, am I audible to you, sir? So you can start your talk, sir. Sir, you are not audible, sir. So you are sharing your presentation, or I should present from here? Sir, your voice is not audible, sir. You are not audible, sir. So sir is not audible, sir. Wait for some minutes. I'm talking to sir. Sir, your presentation is visible, but you are not audible. So I think there is some problem with the speaker of Dr. Chawla, sir. So be with us. So wait for some minutes. Sir is going to start. So maybe there is a problem with your headphones, sir. So you just start from your laptop.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Now you are audible, sir.
Hello. Now I am audible. Hello.
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir. You can start now, sir.
Okay. 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 Thank you.
So just share your screen, sir.
Yeah. Sharing. 1 minute.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay, thank you, sir.
Now screen is visible.
Yes, sir. It is visible, sir.
Okay. Very good
Carry on,
afternoon
sir.
to very good afternoon to all of you. Respected Director of Research Sardar Datiwada Agricultural University and Dean Dr. Amin Saab, College of Horticulture, organizers Dr. Kiran, Dr. Dhwani, and most respected Dr. Y.C. Gupta sir, Dr. Pancholi sir, and Dr. Priyanka Thakur and Dr. Kapoor and friends, dear students, teachers. First of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks and gratitude to SDIU for giving me opportunity to deliver a talk on opportunities in turf grass management in webinar floriculture and landscape industry. So in my presentation, I will cover importance and uses of turf grasses, then introduction to turf grasses, and I will also focus on the present status of Indian turf grass industries. Then I will also uh, focus on the opportunities of turf grass industry in our country and challenges, then discussable issues. And in last but not least, I will inform to all of you about the certificate course in turf grass management at NAU Navsari. Friends, turf grass is derived from the Sanskrit word darbas. Darbas means turf of grass. And on earth, around 20% of the area is covered by the grasses, having more than 10,000 species. But we can't say all the grasses, turf grasses. Only 45 species, less than 45 species we can consider in turf grass group. Turf grasses are the plants that form a more or less continuous ground cover that persist under regular moving and traffic. It means three words come out from this definition: continuous ground cover and persist under regular moving and traffic. It is the three important characteristics of turf grasses. And in this slide, we can see the characteristics of ideal turf grasses. First, it has fast growing habit and persist regular moving and traffic. It looks lush green round the year and soft to touch. It should not look patchy, free from bad odor, and can be grown in wide range of climatic condition. Should be cold or drought resistant, tolerance to disease and pests, and also salinity. In uses of turf grasses, we can divide in three groups: utility turf, sports turf, and lawn turf. In utility turf, the major function is the stabilization of the soil and check the erosion. In near canal slope, runways of aircraft, strips of highways, and roadside, we can plant these grasses to minimize the soil erosion. And turf grasses also discharge the groundwater through slow down the speed of rainwater grasses also reduces the runoff from precipitation and contributes to control the floods. Through you- through transpiration, grasses provide cooling in the environment and control the noise and air pollution through absorbing the uh, particles emitted by vehicles and factories. Inside the airport, we can use only grasses in landscaping, and beside these grasses, enhance the life of the engine of the aircraft through attract these soil particles. Next one importance sports as a sports ground cover. Grasses provide playing surface for many games like cricket, golf, lawn tennis, and provide unique low cost cushioning effect to the players and reduces the injuries to the participants in the more active contact sports like cricket, football, and etc. So, in, uh, in cricket, we see the players take the dive to catch the ball many times and no injury. It's only because of the turf grasses, cushioning effect of the turf grasses. Then next one uses lawn turf. Lawn, lawn is known as the heart of the garden and covers around 70 to 80% area. And without the lawn, we can't consider a garden complete garden. It also enhances the beauty of the landscape, and lawn is used generally in public parks, botanical garden, home garden, cemeteries, etc. In this slide, we can see the turf grasses in green roof. According to a study, a 50 by 50 feet area of grasses can provide sufficient oxygen to a family of 4 members. In another study, it is proved that turf grasses can minimize the temperature 7 to 8 degrees Celsius, especially in summer. And beside this, landscape and gardening became an integral part of real estate projects, and also make the property marketable. Before the introduction to different turf grasses to you, I would like to show the slide in this slide the different parts of the turf grasses like stolons, rhizomes, leaf, and other parts. You can see in this slide. On the basis of agroclimatic conditions, turf grasses can be divided into major groups: cool season grasses and warm season grasses. Cool season grasses thrives well from 16 to 22 to 24 degrees Celsius temperature, and Himalayan states and temperate states are more suitable for uh, these grasses. And important grasses are tall fescue, pine fescue, dry grass, Kentucky bluegrass, and bent grass. These grasses can also be grown in South India, particularly in Kodaikanal and Uti, because these places are cool. And warm season grasses thrives well from 27 to 32 degrees Celsius temperature. And common Barbuda grass, hybrid Barbuda grass, centipede grass, Santa grass, Joycia grass, and seashore paspalum are the important grasses of this group. And because of the very climatic conditions in our country, we can grow all kind of grasses in our country. The first one is Bermuda grasses. We can divide the Bermuda grass into group: common Bermuda grass and hybrid Bermuda grass. And common Bermuda grass has maximum area in our country, and it loves sun. It can be grown only in full sun, and it has deep root system with long rhizomes and stolons, and required frequent moving because of fast growing habit. It can tolerate traffic, but it has heavy cage producer. Selection 1 and Calcutta Duke are the major genotypes marketed in our country. Selection 1 has fine texture and medium green color, while Calcutta Duke has coarse texture and dark green color, and it is hardier than Selection 1. Next one group is hybrid Bermuda grasses. Georgia University of USA made significant contribution in development of very important varieties of hybrid Bermuda grasses through the process of Synodon dactylon and Synodon transvalensis. Tip way, tip warp, tip green, tip eagle are the important varieties developed by the institute. And this hybrid Bermuda grass provide superior functional quality in the ground. Next one is Axonopus grass. It has coarse texture and loved most condition and semi-shady place. And it has broad leaf grass, and in winter, it, leaf leaf of this grass became pink, and again in summer come in original color. And you can grow this grass in low maintenance area, and this grass has hairs beneath of the leaf. Next one is Joycia. Tenifolia japonica and metralla, three important species of Joycia. It can tolerate semi-shade conditions and cold. And it has medium texture, dark green color, and propagated through stolons and rhizome. Because of slow growing habit, it requires less fertilization as compared to Bermuda grass. It is require frequent irrigation as most popular grass used in home garden. Next one is centipede grass. You can see it looks like centipede. It's very slow growing grass, coarse texture grass, and adapted for low maintenance situation. It is stoloniferous in nature with no rhizomes, requires very low moving and fertilization, doesn't tolerate traffic. It can tolerate drought and cold. It requires very low maintenance. Next one is Saint Augustine grass. It has a light green color, and point of this grass is just like a spoon. It can tolerate shade and can be grown in low maintained area. It is severe thick producer and withstand in saline condition also. You can see in this slide the difference between Saint Augustine and centipede grass. Next one, Paspalum. Paspalum genus has two important species, Notatum and Vaginatum. Notatum is very hardy in nature, and Vaginatum is a salt tolerance and has dark green color. In our country, we have approximate 7,000 kilometers of coastal line and more than 6.73 million hectare land affected from the salt. So this grass has a great scope in our country, especially in salt affected areas. And this grass can tolerate up to 30,000 TDS. So it's very good grass in such type areas. Next one is Lolium, perennial dry grass. Now these are the cool season grasses, and it has pointed leaf tip with shiny black side, and it is bunch type growing habit and germinate very fast and also establish very fast. And it prepared for overseeding in warm areas in winter. It is generally used in warm areas in winter for overseeding, because in winter the worms and grasses lose their colors and go in dormancy. So we can do overseeding and make less green our field. And again in February, March, when temperature start rise, then this grass disappear and original worms and grasses come up. And it has highest wear tolerance in cool season grasses, and it is oftenly used around home, schools, and parks. Next one is creeping plant grass. It is highly stoloniferous in nature with a rolled vernation and pointed leaf tip. It has poor tolerance to wear and tear, requires very high maintenance. Kentucky bluegrass is highly stoloniferous in nature and has pointed tip, tolerance to low moving heights, and used in golf green to high quality putting surface, required lot of care. It's not used in home lawn. It's really used in golf green. And among the cool season grasses, two more grasses are tall fescue and red fescue. In tall fescue has coarse texture and pointed leaf and tolerant to wear, heat, and drought, while red fescue has fine texture and tolerant to cold, susceptible to heat and drought. Let's come on the fact sheet of Indian turf grass industry, Indian Golf Association, Indian Nurseryman Association, GCS and MI, IGIA, and Indian Golf Union. There are many organizations are the part of Indian turf grass industry. And regarding data of turf grass, around 30,000 acres land in turf grasses in our country. Among of it, 6,000 acre is under short production, means turf production. The Kanu farm is the largest short producer in our country and has 400 acres area in well-maintained turf. Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, UP, Haryana, and Maharashtra are the leading states in turf grass production. And more than 50 international cricket grounds in our country at 8 under construction. More than 520 domestic cricket grounds and numerous athletic fields are also in operation in our country. If we see the growth rate of this industry is 10% annually. Next is the vibrant Indian golf industry. Golf courses are the heartbeat of turf grass industry because comprises of 40% of total turf grass chemicals services usage. In our country, we have more than 255 golf courses. Among of them, 25% comes under the defense. Mostly, the golf courses are concentrated around the metro cities like Delhi, Chandigarh, Bangalore, and Mumbai, Pune. In Gujarat, we have 9 golf courses and 4 golf courses are under construction. In 1829, Britishers established the first golf course in our country, is the Royal Calcutta Golf Course. It's the oldest golf course in India. Britishers also established some small golf courses in tea gardens known as boutique. Let's visit some beautiful golf courses with well-maintained turf. This is Panchkula Golf Course, Haryana. This TLW course, plantation course, Nilgiri. Without disturbing of the natural vegetation, this course was developed. Plantation course, Nilgiris, Golf Meadows, Punjab, Belvedere Golf Course, Gujarat, the Chandigarh Golf Academy, SB Link, Delhi Golf Club, Classic Golf Resort. See the beautiful and well-maintained turf in the golf course, JP Greens. Let's come on the opportunities in turf grass industry. It has a great demand of experts to maintain the turf grasses. So first, in career opportunities, golf superintendent. Golf superintendent maintain the golf course, all golf course under the different teams. Greenkeeper, greenkeeper maintain the golf green. Golf green is known as the heart of golf course, and it requires a lot of maintenance. So greenkeeper look after this. Curator, curator makes the pitches and maintain the pitches according to the weather condition. Curator select the soil moisture and clay content and then prepare the pitch according to local climatic conditions. And the outcome of the match is completely depends on the curator. Then athletic field manager directly involved in the to manage the athletic fields. Then short farm managers through different techniques improve the productivity of turf production in a field and manage the short farms. Industrial representative, many allied industries associated with turf grass like seed industry, chemical industries, agrochemical industries, and others. And their representative, this industry also provide employment opportunity to these persons. Then landscape designer, conservationist, lawn specialist, professional service contractor, cemetery and historical monument managers. Cemetery near in cemetery and monument historical monuments, these have a large landscape area. So persons maintain these are known as cemetery manager and historical monument managers, and supervisors in municipal corporations to maintain the gardens of the municipality. And turf grass scientists, many universities working worldwide on turf grasses, so they need turf grass scientists. Then professional in establishment and maintenance of large private properties, including gardens, hotels, malls, golf courses, retail. Next one is turf production. Our government is targeting to how to double the farmers' income in 2022. So short production is the best option for the farmers and graduate and postgraduate students in agriculture to make handsome money. And if we want to purchase a 2 by 1 feet turf piece from the nurseries, we have to pay 25 rupees, 30 rupees. So this none of the horticultural crops can give such type numerous benefits. For production of turf, first of all, we have to select the site The site should be well connected with main road for transportation and having good quality water and soil. And field preparation. For field preparation, first of all, prepare the field with up to a fine tilth with implements like disc disc harrow and rotavator and disc plow. Then irrigate the field, and after some time we can see many weeds in the field. So use any systematic weedicide to control the weeds and repeat this 2-3 times. Then, if our nursery area is too big, then we can divide in many groups. Then, planting of grasses. First of all, according to agroclimatic condition, select the grasses and do planting. In suppose in northern plains, in suppose in Delhi area, if we wish to plant the grasses for nursery, so we have to do in March and onwards. We should not plant the grasses in October, November. If we if we plant the grasses in October, November, then they will go in dormancy. So plant in February, March later. Then after care and harvesting, these are also very important. Manage the pest and diseases regularly, and during harvesting, do not cut, do not make deep cut at the time of harvesting. Otherwise, the second return will take more time. So take care of these things. See in this field salt production we can see. Yes, after taking salt from field, in this field we can see the laying out of this salts, a roll we can salt roll we can see in this picture. Now I will show the video. This is salt cutter machine, and near Dolda village, we have taken this picture from near Dolda village. Many farmers involved in turf production. These are tribal farmers, and they have uplifted their social economic status through turf production. This is Dolda village of Gujarat, and I visited with our turf grass students. Yes, we have seen in this video turf production techniques, and actually it is taken from the Dolda village, and now the Dolda farmers are getting very good money through this salt production. And these are the ancillary industries like agrochemical industries, equipment and machinery industries, landscaping and gardening, seed industry, and plant production services. These are also allied industries related to turf grasses and providing job opportunities to many people. Then India in sports, we know our country is known as Jangistan and has maximum population of youths, and we know that youth and game both have positive sports, both have positive correlation, and numerous grounds are coming up just like mushroom in our country. So we have a lot of scope of turf grass industry, and this needs a lot of expertise and lot of job opportunities in the field in this field. These are leading institutes working in turf grass research and education in our country: Navsari Agriculture University, Navsari, Gujarat, and IRI, DFR, and Solan University, and TNA. These are challenges of turf grass industry. No government support, and research is in nascent stage, and lack of indigenous variety. We are importing material from outside foreign countries and paying heavy money. So this is a need of our to develop indigenous varieties. Then lack of knowledge about the science. Then most of the technology most of the technology support we are importing from foreign countries. These are the priority issues in turf grass research. First is standardization of fertilizer, water, and weed management in existing and new lawn grasses. Second, exploitation of indigenous grasses for their suitability to various purposes like parks, gardens, cricket grounds. Then enhancement of growth of turf in winter using growth ability, especially in winter, warm season grasses go in dormancy and looks very bad. So we should develop some chemicals can maintain the green color of the grasses and growth of the grasses. Next one is evolution for traits suitable for sports ground. Then development of stress tolerance varieties. We have to develop some varieties varieties suitable for low can be grown in low water requirement, because one cricket one ground and golf courses needed 2 to 8 lakh liter water per day is the requirement of golf course and ground per day. So if we developed our local varieties resistant or tolerant to drought, we can save lot of water and can quench the thirst of lakhs of people in our country. Then evolution of various species for different situations and purposes. Next one is research emphasis should be given on seed production studies. Actually, right now we are importing the seeds from country and selling. So this sector has also bright future. Now, I would like to discuss on the certificate course in turf grass management at NAU Navsari. One of our speaker, Dr. Pancholi sir, is a facilitator of this course, and we have started this course with the 25 turf-related organization. Because of their support, we have started the course. And this is the course structure. You can see we have around 9 components in this course. And 1.5 months we run this course at NIU, and we have 1.5 months field training. And we provide the field training at different golf courses or sports ground. And many of our students have established their firms and developed many things. This is the one student, Asif Memo, developed these things in Ahmedabad. Creation of this student, this Gutti golf course, some students are working there through Mr. Dhruv working at this is the Mr. Ajaz Rishi working at Royal Spring Golf Course, Srinagar. Miss Wrinkle working at Khargar Valley Golf Course, Mumbai. This photograph with our resource persons. A visit of Golf Expo, different places. Visit of the students to a golf course, the exposure visit. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. S.L. Chavla, sir, thank you so much. It was very nice talk. We are overwhelmed with your presence, sir. So, since we know that turf industry is going with very fast rate and has a great career opportunities, as sir has told and explained. So, audience, as I have already discussed, that Dr. Chavla is running the certificate course in Navsari University on turf grass. So, this talk has been enhanced, hopefully, it has enhanced your knowledge on the various aspects of the turf management, especially he explained different types of grasses and the management in detail. He touched all the aspects of management, and I think this talk is more helpful to our students, UG and PG students who are attending this webinar, because there are great career opportunities in this sector, turf grass industry. And as sir has explained that there is need of experts in both grounds and different courses. So once again, I thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and sharing your practical knowledge at this platform. Thank you so much. So now I'm pleased to introduce our next speaker of the day, Dr. Priyanka Thakur ma'am. Dr. Priyanka is working as a principal floriculturist in Regional Horticulture Research and Training Station, Dhola Sirmaur, Dr. Y.S. Parmar, University of Horticulture and Forestry. She has the work experience of 18 years in the field of floriculture, especially in germplasm collection, production and management of chrysanthemum, marigold, gerbera, uh, chrysanthemum, marigold, gerbera, rose, foliage and flowering pot plants, native plants especially, and different landscape plants. She has also got patent of landscape software named Himflora, a botanical database on wild ornamental plants of Himalaya. She has published more than 15 book chapters, many national and international research papers, and popular articles. She has made 5 recommendations for the farmers of Himachal Pradesh. She has handled 27 projects as principal investigator. Madam has vast knowledge in the flower drying and native plants of the state. So looking into her expertise in the field, now I would like to invite her to deliver her talk on utilization of native and naturalized plants for making dry flowers. Over to you, ma'am. Dr. Priyanka.
Hello. Hello, Dr. Kiran.
Yes, ma'am. We are sharing your slides
Hello.
from here.
Okay. I'm audible?
Yes, ma'am. You are audible. Very much audible.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, you can start, ma'am.
Okay, thanks, Kiran. Firstly, I would like to extend my regards to respected Dr. A.U. Amin, Principal and Dean STAU Jagudan. Then my teacher, Dr. Y.C. Gupta ji, Dean, College of Horticulture and Forestry, Thunag Mandi. My colleagues, Dr. S.L. Chawla, Associate Scientist, Dr. Manish Kumar, Scientist, and Dr. Kiran, who is organizing this webinar. I would like to give you my best wishes, and you're really doing great for organizing this national webinar on floriculture.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now, as the topic assigned to me in front of you, that is utilization of native and naturalized plant parts. Hello? Utilization of native and naturalized plant. Yeah, I'm audible. Okay, thanks. Utilization of native and naturalized plant parts for making dry flowers. Now, as the introduction says, dry flowers, it's like flowers, they have always remained an integral part of human life, and love for flowers is a natural instinct. So floriculture has become a profitable industry in many parts of the globe. Landscaping, fresh flowers, dry flowers, floral crafts, there are numerous usages of plants or their parts. They enrich aesthetic value of the reaped plants. Now, it has now developed into good business opportunities, which not only generates revenue, but also provides employment. So dry flowers, or they're the plant parts and their products, they're long lasting and they retain their aesthetic characteristics irrespective of the season. So dry flower market, it has recently grown exponentially owing to eco-consciousness and preference of the consumers for dry flowers as an environment-friendly and biodegradable alternative to fresh flowers. So waste and dried plant parts, which are improvising and embellishing, they can be converted into aesthetic artistic products, and that mostly look like dried flowers and leaves like such as lily, rose, etc. So these are available, and this industry, it always looks for new products and novelty in presentation, which can be achieved by infusing new plant products through characterization, proper identification, and by improving and standardizing process technology. Now the country which is leading in export of dry flower products is Australia, and country leading in import is United Kingdom. The Indian floriculture industry, it comprises the florist trade, nursery plants, potted plants, bulbs and seed production, micro-propagated materials, dried flowers, dried foliage, and extraction of oil from flowers. Now, if we talk about India, India is the fifth largest exporter of dried flowers and second largest exporter of dried foliage in the world, accounting for around 7% of the world exports in dry flowers and foliage. And export of these dried flowers and plants from India, it has a potential of about rupees 300 crores per year. The main export markets for Indian dry flower industry are USA, Netherlands, UK, and Germany. And among the floriculture products, dry flower leads in export from India, followed by cut flowers, live plants, and bulbous and tuberous, etc. Then dried flowers and the plants, they constitute bulk of the export from our country. Now the dry flower industry in India, it is nearly 45 years old, and there is a tremendous export potential for this industry, and huge amount of raw material is exported from India. And in floriculture exports from India, these products constitute nearly 60%, and India has a share of 10% of the total global dried flower market. And in this industry, cut flowers, foliage, ferns, grasses, sedges, seed pods, flower skeletons, nuts, fruits, cones, barks, branches, lichens, and fungus, they are utilized for making various value-added products. Now, the major importing countries of dried flowers and the dried plant parts, they are the United States of America, Germany, UK, Hong Kong, Japan, and Singapore. And as I told, it's the 5th largest exporter of dried flowers. And the major export destinations are USA, Netherlands, Germany, UK, Ethiopia. And the Netherlands ranks first in export of these dried flowers, followed by USA, Colombia, Mexico, India, and Israel. Now, Australia has recently taken up this venture seriously, and the country is now emerging as a leader in the export of these products, particularly to Japan, Germany, and the USA. Now, as the topic assigned to me is like native and naturalized. Native means which are originated at a particular place, and naturalized means they were exotic, but they adapted themselves to the particular agroclimatic conditions. Now, the flowers suitable for dried and value addition. These are the few annuals like Acroclinum, paper flower, then Ageratums, Iberis candytuft, Celosia, Calendulas, Dahlias, Clackia, Gomphrena. They are winter annuals. Helichrysum, paper flower, then Tagetes erecta, Viola, Dianthus barbatus, Zinnia, Delphiniums, Bellis, Mollusella, bells of Ireland, then Papaver, then Antirrhinums. There are so many, Chrysanthemums, Limonium, Statice, Zinnia, Gypsophilus, Caspedias, then herbaceous perennials, Gerbera, Dianthus, Carnation, Solidagos, that is also called as goldenrod, Lotus, Verbena erinoides, Iliums, Orchids, etc. Then climbers like Patria volubilis, Rangoon creeper, then Alamandas, Letharis odoratus, Bougainvilleas, Thunbergia alata, all these Antigona leptopus, Clerodendron thompsoni, these are the flowers of the climbers. Then shrubs like Goodhull, Hibiscus rosa sinensis, Axoras, Musenda, Rosa, Euphorbia, and likewise listed here trees, acacias, Peltophorum, copperpot tree, Acacia fistula, Acacia renigera, then Cotrospermum religiosum, Legistromia speciosa, Legistromia thorelli, Plumelia. All these the flowers, foliage, and the fruiting structures, even the seeds, they are utilized for making the value-added products. Likewise, the foliage of some plants, they are used for drying and value addition, like trees, cycads, Grevillea robusta, Eucalyptus, Ficus, Kusum tree, then shrubs like Murraya exotica, Eclifa, Hibiscus, Thuja, then Lawsonia, Acacia alata, Acacia biflora. Ferns, Legionellas, and cycads like Legionella adiantums. These are the ferns. Aspleniums, Woodwardia, Draptaris, Cycas evoluta, Cycas sarcinalis, Zamia. And bamboos like Arundinaria, Dendrocalamus, Cotardiria, then Legurus, then Brisa, Saccharum, Munza, etc. Then pine cones and lotus pods, they are also used as dry flowers. Now, hilly, this was the all about the naturalized ones. Now, the hilly states, especially like Himachal, Uttarakhand, and J&K, they are the rich source of biodiversity, having different forms and shapes of forest products available all the year round in their forests, which are otherwise being wasted. Now, making dry flower products, it is the best option, being everlasting. They are eco-friendly, and we don't have to depend on particular season. For the year round, we can make the value-added products. Now, there are different methods of drying from native and naturalized plants and their plant parts. Natural drying, air drying. I won't go the detail of these drying processes, but only the plants, like the plant parts, they are allowed to dry on the plant itself. And when they're completely dry, they are harvested. So the fruits of like Acer, these are the native plants now. The smara of Acer oblongum, Acer pictum, then the pods of Acacia alata, then seeds of Melotus philippinensis, Michelia champaca, Mitra gyna species, Dioscorea, Shoria robusta, Rosa brun. These hips and the cones of various conifers, they are used as after they are natural dried. That air drying, like flowers, they are dried by either hanging them in inverted positions. For this, especially crisp textured flowers are selected, like Anaphylis, Flamingia, Juncus, Gerbera, Genia. They are dried by this method. Then there are other methods also, like embedded room drying, oven drying, and then glycerin drying, and likewise particular flowers they are selected for particular method of drying. Now flowers and foliage of Verbena bonariensis, then few grasses like Cyprus diffusus, Cyprus alternifolius, Cirsium, Anaphylis, then Butea, Erythrina, rhododendrons, Curcas species, Buxus sempervirens, Ilex typerina, then rhododendrons, Persea, Hedra nepalensis, Phoenix sylvestris, Litzia, and likewise some ferns, Polysticum squaris, some Polysticum discretum, Pteridium, etc. Then branches and twigs of those plants which look beautiful for like having the beautiful bark, color, texture, and the small multi-branch twigs or the spines, they are attaching the dried flowers and foliage. When we attach them, simply the driftwoods after varnishing can be prepared. Then these are the few more names like Bambusa, Bombax, Berberis, Betula, Cotinus cogigra, Cotinestra, and the list is endless in the native flowering and the foliage plants which can be used for value-added items. Like these are the fruits and fruiting shoots of various native ornamental plants which are found growing in 4 climatic zones of Himachal as well as in other hilly states of India. So this is the Floral Craft Lab at Regional Horticulture Research and Training Station, Dholakwa, District Sirmaur. Here I would like to add, firstly I started my this dehydration of flowers at Floriculture Department, Noni, and I had a dream of establishing second lab at the Regional Horticulture Research Station at Dholakwa after my transfer during 2012. So at Solan, Dr. Bharti is doing very good work in dry flowers, and the second lab has been established at Dholakwa 2 years back, and the work is in progress, as you can see. And the plant parts which are selected for making these dry flower products are like Adinanthera microsperma is a red beet tree. We are using the curved pods with red seeds inside with the method air drying for making the dry flower baskets. Then Chicrasia, it's the Chacrasia tabularis. Individual fruiting structures are used, that is through the natural drying by varnishing their fruiting structure. And with the help of bamboo sticks, the flora sticks are being prepared. Then Acacia alata, the individual fruiting structures naturally with the natural drying and by coloring them. Then Flindersia australis, it's a Australian, it's a naturalized tree here in Uttarakhand. Then the dried fruiting structures, they are used for the natural drying, varnishing, and the coloring with the metallic blue dyes, chemical dyes, they are used, and the individual flowers, they are made. Then black bamboos, Legistromia thoralis, Michelia champakas, even the fruiting winged structures of Shoria robusta and the dried fruiting structures of Michelia champaka, they are naturally dried, varnished, or painted, or the some acrylic paints and the fabric paints are also used for painting them, and flower arrangements, they are made. Then Terminalia arjuna, Terminalia citrina, Terminalia myrocarpa, these are also used. Their individual structures, their fruiting structures, they are air dried, natural dried, and with the help of various dyes, their floristics and floral arrangements are made. Now these are the pics you can see here. Foliage, fruits, and seeds of native ornamentals. Like first one, Aberus precatorius, it's a climber. It is used as such. No color is required in this. Then Flamingia fruticulosa, even the greeting cards, they are made out of this, and these structures are used in making the dry flower baskets. Then Melotus philippilensis, Hedra helix, Cedrus deodara, shining and red emerging leaves, emerging even the fall leaf colors of Acer oblongum, then Samara of the Acer oblongum, they are used. Then the press by the method of press drying, Chilanthus breviforms, it's a fern, it is used for making greeting cards. Now this is a shrub called as Barleria cristata. It shows its striking purple flowers during August to September, and it's a remarkable ornamental shrub. It has a potential to tolerate remarkable range of habitats, including human disturbed sites, wastelands, and xeric vegetation. But when the flowering is over, and these are the its dried capsules, which are also used for dried flowers, and the research on making it a pot plant and as for mass plantations and for border plantation has already been done. But its fruits is the dried capsules. They are used for making dried flowers, as you can see in the picture. Like Barleria cristata, they are in the fields, and these are the particular capsules of the Barleria, and individual units. First of all, the whole stick is used by painting for making the dry flower sticks and for making a dry flower arrangement. Then individual units of this capsule, Barleria capsule, they are painted, and then they are uh, uh, like the greeting cards, they have been made from the Barleria cristata capsule units, like you can see here, various dry flower products made from Barleria cristata capsules and their units. Second one is the Pinus roxburghii. The Pinus roxburghii, as you can see, the dry flower sticks and the stands have been made, and the bamboo stands have been used for making the central table decorations, and even the vases have been made with the bamboos. And like in these cones, they are cut into various parts, and the flowers, they are made, and like they are attached with the bamboo sticks, and flowers of different shapes and colors, they are made. Then this is the fruiting structures of Mitragynna parvifolia. Like here in the center, you can see Lagostomia thorelli, and at the back of this flower basket, you can see the Ornithogallum. It's a bulbous plant, Chinchirinchi. It's called as Ornithogallum thyrsoides. After coloring, the dry flower basket has been made by the structures of Mitragynna, Lagostomia, and Ornithogallum. Then these are the wing seeds of Shoria robusta, and there is tree Pterygota alata. They are used if without coloring also, they are showing the good response, and after coloring also, the dry flower basket, they are made out of these planting material. Then these are the dry flower arrangements of Shoria robusta, wheat spikes, Lagostomia thorelli, and Mitragynna. Then again, the dry flower sticks made from maize sheath, like few plants like agave, bajra, wheat, maize, and pine cones, they are again used for making the dry flower arrangements. And flower arrangements with fruiting structures of Lagostomia thorelli and the leaves of Cycas palm after painting with the golden colors. Like you can see the bird shape, it has been arranged in a bird shape basket. Then helichrysum flowers, and the flowers are made from the maize sheath here in the next pic. Then dry flower arrangements with scented candles, and these are the pomanders of Gomphrena globosa flowers. Then bookmarks have been made with the pistachio coverings, ferns, and bottle brush seeds. These are different dry flower arrangements made from the samara of Acer pictum, Lagostomia seeds and fruiting structures of Lagostomia thorelli, Ornithogallum thyrsoides, Michelia champaca, and pine cones. These are the corsages, hair clips, jewelry, and the coasters. They are made from bamboo sheets. These are the various pot pourries. They have been made from native and naturalized plant parts. Then these are the value-added fruits of Lagostomia, Pterygota alata, and Shoria robusta. Different greeting cards made with the press drying material of the ferns and few grasses and smaras. These are the file covers made from the leaves of this Grevillea robusta and few ferns and like thuja, etc. This center one is the pic of Acacia alata, and the this fruiting structures of Flindersia australis, and various bamboo structures and the bamboo vases have been used for making the dry flower arrangements. Here you can see the various different types of value-added products made from wild and naturalized plant parts, like the pen stand also, and the vases, dry flower arrangements in bamboo baskets. Even the bird has been made with the help of these pine cones. Similarly, the Acacia alatas, Michelia champaca, and there is black bamboo, Gigantio atter, which is used without color as a this dry flower for dry flower arrangements. Then Lagostomia thorelli, Ornithogallums in bamboo stands, Chacrasia tabularis, pine cones. Then similarly here, value addition of native and naturalized plants. This is the agave, last one pick, bajra. Even the bajra sticks, they are used after painting them for making these value added items. Then there is one latest technique in dry flower arrangement is epoxy resin encapsulation technique, where dry flowers, they are press dried, and there is the like you can see in the pic, molds are there where the this epoxy resin is used in the ratio of 2, and there is one fixer also, mixture also, the 2:1 ratio epoxy resin is used, and the press dried material of leaves and few seeds like abrus, they are used and they are put inside these molds, and epoxy resin is poured over that and it is kept overnight. And such types of coasters and key rings and like paperweights, they are made with the help of this epoxy resin encapsulation technique. In this way, the beauty of this native and naturalized plant plots, it remains forever. Like you can see the pendants and coasters made out of bamboo and epoxy resin. Then also the bamboo furniture, the black bamboo furniture is value added with the help of helichrysum flowers, which are pressed right, and and these are uh, fixed on the central tables, and the bamboo furniture, they are also value added with the help of pressed dried flowers. These are the bamboo flowers. These are the different dry flower products like bookmarks, greeting cards, then the scented candles decorated with dried flowers, paper bags, floral jewelry, wall scenery, pine cone arrangements, pot purees, then skeletonized leaves, paperweights. Then trainings on making of the dry flowers all the year round for students from different institutes and farmers, self-help groups, NGOs, etc. They are given in this lab. And vases are also made from the bamboo shoots. Here are the trainings and of farmers and the students, which are given all the year round here. Then exhibitions in different fairs and on special days like World Environment Day and other trade fairs, they are being conducted to showcase the dry flowers. Then visits of dignitaries. This is our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Parvinder Kaushal, and all the officials at Regional Horticulture Research and Training Station, Dholakwa, and various other dignitaries which are coming here. And here the trainings are also given. And these are the various posters and like we are using the bamboo products also for making the value-added items. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Priyanka Thakur, ma'am, for such a nice talk on native flora, drying, and value addition of native flora. The audience, I guess, it was very colorful presentation with very nice and creative work. This is another sector of floriculture. Generally, people think that flowers they are perishable, and so here Dr. Priyanka explained very well that how we can enhance the life of flowers. We can use the native flora for the value addition and for increasing its economic value, making different economic products, especially from the native flora. So hopefully, I think our UG and PG students especially, they learned many things from this presentation. Thank you so much, ma'am, for such a nice presentation.
Thanks, Dr. Gitan.
Thank you, ma'am. So without any further delay, I just want to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Manish Kapoor. Dr. Kapoor is presently working as an associate professor and in charge botanical garden in Punjabi University, Patiala. He is specialized in the field of urban horticulture, seed production of flowers, mutation breeding, and tissue culture. He has bagged the Young Scientist Award by ICCB MSCT Ranchi. He has published 34 research papers in national and international journals, 23 book chapters, and many popular articles. He has given 2 radio talks and 4 TV talks. He is actively engaged in the dissemination of different technologies to the farmers. He is also involved in teaching UG and PG at the UG and PG level. So today he will deliver his talk on contact farming in flower seed production, a boon to farmer income. So I welcome you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you,
Dr. Manish Kapoor.
Thank you, Dr. Kiran, for the introduction. I thank Sardar Kushinagar Dantewara Agriculture University for giving me this opportunity to present what we are doing since last 20 years in Punjab related with the flower seed production and my experience in the seed industry since the last so many years. Kiran, can you please stop sharing your screen so that I can start sharing my screen? Dr. Kiran? Dr. Kiran? Yeah, thank you. Dr. Kiran, is it visible?
Sir, you are visible. Just share your slides, sir. Your presentation, sir.
I have, I'm sharing my screen.
It's not visible, sir.
Is it visible now?
Wait, sir. Wait for a few minutes. Yes, sir. Now it is visible, sir. You just start your presentation.
Okay, thank you. So on June 5th, we had 3 ordinances which have made a mess in our country. They were related with the farmers for the empowerment and protection agreement on price assurance and farmers services. Second one was the Farmers Produce Trade and Commerce Promotion and Facilitation Ordinance, and the third was the Essential Commodity Ordinance. Hopefully, I don't think the farmers have understood these ordinances, and they have started agitating against our worthy Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji that they have done very wrong with the farmers. They have just finished the agriculture community, but no, I don't think this has happened because this is now the coming era of globalization of the Indian economy, and I think it is a very strong step towards this globalization. Since the last many years, considerable growth in production of the floriculture industry as related with the cut flowers, cut greens, dry flowers or turf, as discussed by our previous speakers, Dr. Gupta, Dr. Chawla, and Dr. Thakur. And basically, this is the time that we need to generate more foreign exchange, generate employment, and provide entrepreneurship opportunities for small and marginal farmers. And I think contract farming is one of the opportunities, particularly in flower seed production, which will hopefully lead to a better future of the country. On a rally in Bareilly, our Honorable Prime Minister said that I wish to double the income of the farmers by 2022, when India will celebrate 75 years of its independence. And in this series, the budget in 2016-17, which was presented by our late Finance Minister, Shri Arun Jaitley ji, he said that we are grateful to our farmers for being the backbone of the country, food security, and we need to think about the food security and give them to our farmers a sense of income security. Now, this income security will not come with the cereals and the other crops, but we need to diversify. Government will therefore reorient its interventions in the farm and non-farm sectors to double the income of the farmers by 2022. So this was foresighted in the budget in 2016. Now I come to globalization, which is more than a flow of money and commodity, and but it is the growing independence of the world's people. And globalization is a process of integrating not just the economy, culture, or technology and governance. UNDP says that it is all a web of different things. About 85% of the operational land holdings in India are small and marginal. And I think Shri Narendra Modi ji has concentrated on these small and marginal farmers when he spoke in that rally. Development of a contract farming scheme is the key strategy for benefiting from globalization through coordination of the small farmers with the exporters. So this was just a small step for linking the small farmers to the global market to these exporters. These can enhance the economy of the scale and quality standards at the production, marketing, and processing level. Basically, contract farming is an agreement between the farmers and the processing or marketing company for the production and supply of agriculture produce under contract agreement, usually at a predetermined price. So the farmers, if they say that our MSP is gone, no, MSP is not gone. Predetermined price by the companies will be their MSP. This contract farming is not a new thing. This traces back to the colonial period. And in 1920, Indian Tobacco Company, ITC, introduced the cultivation of Virginia tobacco in coastal Andhra Pradesh through contract farming system. That was the first step in 1920. And in 1990, PepsiCo introduced tomato cultivation in Punjab for the establishment of its tomato paste manufacturing unit at Zahura, Hoshiarpur, later which was taken over by Hindustan Lever in 2000. If we see or analyze this contract farming, the advantages of contract farming are that input and production services are there. Contract farming introduces new technologies which enables a farmer to learn new skills. So floriculture is a new technology for the farmers, and it will enable the farmer to learn new skills and earn more. It reduces the exploitation from middlemen. So whatever middlemen were there, they cannot earn from the farmers' labor. Risk elimination due to price fluctuation. So the price is predetermined, so there is no fluctuation in the price. And contract farming can open up the new markets, otherwise which were unavailable to the small farmers. Only the big farmers could have approached those markets, but the small farmers or the marginal farmers, they were not able to go with. Assured market and returns is a major advantage, and timely transport and employment of generation is one of them. Now, we have discussed the benefits of contract farming. Now, what are the benefits to the contracting agency? Why a company will contract with the farmers? Because they need uninterrupted and regular flow of the raw material for their industry. Protection from fluctuations in the market prices. So no fluctuations will be there because everything will be at predetermined prices. Long-term planning is made possible by contract farming. Building long-term commitments with the farmers is one of the benefits to the company. And dedicated supplier base. The farmers who have contracted, they are the dedicated supplier base of that company. And generation of goodwill for the organization is another one. Now, if we come to the flower seed industry, and if we see the flower seed industry from the angle of contract farming, so it is a viable diversification from the traditional field crops. because it has got a high returns per unit area, and about 20% of the open pollinated flower seeds required in the global market are being produced in India. It is, I hope it will be new information for all of you, that 20%, 1/5 of the global market's demand is fulfilled by India, and the seed value millions of rupees is being exported every year. And farmers have shifted steadily towards the flower seed production under contract farming in Punjab, which is a new agribusiness approach in Punjab. Floriculture has around 70% of the share of exports. And this information is from APIDA. Fruits and vegetable seeds, they account only for 29.5%. Indian floriculture export is going up and up every year. This is the data up to 2019, and you can see that there is a steady increase in the exports of flower seeds. And the major importing countries are US, followed by UK, Germany, Netherlands, UAE, Canada, and so on. And they are importing a lot of seeds. And these are the top 10 countries. How India can give a better hand in this business. India has got diverse climatic conditions. This is one of the reasons that we can produce probably all the types of flowers which can be grown or which are in demand in the world. We have cheaper labor, and our input costs are very less. The location of India to major countries is very ideal, and we can export to any country probably within 15 hours. This industry, the seed industry, has got an annual growth potential of 25 to 30%, and it can earn 20 to 30 times more foreign exchange than any other agriculture industry. And we have a wide choice of flower crops for different climates. I will show you the list in my further slides, that there are around more than 100 species which can be grown in India. Generating employment for the rural youth, and there is a global deficit which has already been predicted by many companies, that there is a big vacuum in flower seed business in the world. And we can offer reliable and quality products, and we can create a sound economic future of the country. This is the list of the countries in the world which are producing flower seeds. I have put an asterisk with some countries, and these countries can produce these flower seeds in open fields, and India is one of them. Flower seed production areas in different states of India. There are only 8 states which are doing good flower seed production, and the main 8 states are Punjab, Karnataka, Haryana, Himachal, J&K, Jharkhand, West Bengal, and Andhra Pradesh. And these are the districts in which the flower seed production is being done. This is the list of some of the flowers along with their families and their botanical names. And these are all annuals, and it's a big list. You just see, we have more than 100 species which we can grow, and there are many perennial flowers, though they are grown as annuals in our country, for which we are exporting flower seeds from India. I have categorized those 8 states which I discussed in 4 zones: Punjab and Haryana zone, Jharkhand, J&K and Himachal zone, Jharkhand and West Bengal zone, and Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka zone. So these are the 4 zones, and some of the important crops which are being grown in these states. The structure of the flower seed industry in India is that the contract farmers, they produces the seeds. The contracting seed company buys them, processes them, and then exports to the wholesale flower seed companies abroad. And then it goes to the retailing companies and then to the consumers. So this is how the flower seed industry works. And most of the seed which is produced through contract farming by the contracting seed companies, who are the major producers, they provide the contract farmers with some of the benefits, like 100% buyback contract. Then they provide free of cost planting material, whether it is seed or nursery. It is provided free of cost to the farmers, and free of cost technical know-how is also provided to the farmers. They provide the cost-to-cost agrochemicals and fertilizers to the poor farmers who cannot buy agrochemicals and fertilizers which are needed for its cultivation. Free of cost on-site supervision of the production, and free of cost transportation of the seeds from the farmer's field. And even they do cleaning and grading free of cost. So most of the things, they are free, which are provided so as to attract the farmers for contract farming. These are some of the views. This is the field of Verbena hybrida. Another view of Ascalgia californica, California poppy. In Punjab, there are most of the companies which are concentrating their production. Out of the total major companies which are exporting flower seeds are 14. And I hope more than 50% are in Punjab and Haryana zone. We conducted a survey to know what are the problems and which the contracting farmers are facing for flower seed production. And we surveyed around 104 farmers for their socio-personal status, status of the contracting agency, area covered, type of farmer varieties which are grown, the labor involvements, the supply of inputs, the services rendered by the contracting services agencies, the prospects of flower seed production, problem faced by the farmers and the contracting companies, income from flower seeds, economic motivation, and risk orientation. And when we analyzed this survey, and we found that to the socio-personal status, the farmers in the age group of 30 to 45, they were doing more of the flower seed production, followed by the young farmers below 30 years. Then the farmers who are educated, who are graduate or postgraduates, they were the first to adopt this flower seed production or the diversification of the traditional crops. Then the operational hand holdings, the farmers who had less than 20 acres of land, 10 to 20 acres, they tried their best to diversify and earn more out of this small chunk of land. The operational area for flower seed production for most of the farmers was 1.5 to 3.5 acres for 37% of the respondents. The gross income per hectare per year from flower seed production was 1.2 to 2.4 lakhs per year for the most of the farmers. So you can say it is the average. And there were some farmers who were earning 3.75 to 5 lakhs from 1 hectare area. The risk orientation is high, and 91% farmers said that they have a high risk in flower seed cultivation because of the climatic conditions. Because many times some adverse climatic conditions occurs, and the farmers they lose their crop. And it happens in all agriculture crop, though it is dependent on weather. Then economic motivation, high income was the motivation for 92% of the farmers. 92% of the farmers, they went for more income. 78% farmers, they went for this venture for increased status, and 62% went for to be innovative, and only 12% they wanted some aesthetic or beautification. Then we surveyed the services which are provided by the contracting agencies, and most of the contracting agencies or the companies, they visit the farmer's field most of the time, and but 95% visits were during the sowing time, and 88% were during the agrochemical or fertilizer application period. The technical guidance was provided by 100% of the companies. Every farmer said that all the companies, they provide them technical guidance, and 70% farmers that said that the contracting companies, they are providing with the machinery also, and 81 had the agrochemicals, and just 8% had the credit services from the contracting agencies. Credit service means they have some money on credit from the contracting agencies beforehand, before supplying the crop. Then we surveyed that how many of the farmers want to go again, or they are doing this venture every year. And we were surprised that 71% of the farmers, they were consistent in farming, and 42 farmers, they wanted to increase their area from 205 acres to 298 acres under flower seeds. Then we asked the farmers, those who were discontinuing, that why they are discontinuing this flower seed production. And 82% farmers, they said that it is very labor intensive, and it is hard to manage for 35% of the farmers, and unfavorable weather was the reason for discontinuing for 20% of the farmers, and lack of financial aid is one of the reasons. There is no financial aid from the government for flower seed production. Then some of the problems which are being faced by the farmers, the major problem is of intensive labor for 87% of the farmers. Some farmers, they say that relevant literature is missing. Some say that there is no training in flower seed production by agriculture universities. There is a lack of machineries for which are specifically needed for flower seed production. Then cleaning problems, overlapping with the paddy and wheat, weed problems, unfavorable weather, and this crop is a attention seeker, lack of financial aid, late payment by the contracting agencies was reason for some, non-remunerative rates, lack of open marketing system, because it's in contract, you cannot sell your crop in the open market, and disease and insect problem by some of the farmers. So this survey was basically to find out what the farmers are facing, what problems they have. Then we surveyed the contracting agencies or the companies that what problems they are facing, and 100% of the contracting agencies, they said that lack of awareness among the farmers. International market is becoming very competitive for all the contracting agencies. There is no incentive on flower seed export. There is no duty drawback for flower seed export. Quarantine station clearance is very troublesome. It takes a long time for the quarantine checks and issuance of the phytosanitary certificates. Problems in custom clearance. Many of the custom clearance centers are problematic, particularly in flower seeds. Breakdown of agreement by some farmers is one of the reasons or for the problems which are faced by the companies. Germination loss due to improper storage and harvesting is one of the reasons for the problems they are facing. Lack of trained and technical staff, high freight charges, and seed export delayed due to non-cleaning and grading by some of the companies. So these are the problems, 10 problems which are being faced by the companies. Now, if we come to the cost factor, the cost of seed production varies from 25,000 to 80,000. This is the cost, and it generates a net income from 1 lakh to 5.25 lakhs per hectare. And this per hectare income is 2 to 10 times more as compared to the conventional cereals. But the production cost, this 25 to 80,000, 50% of this cost is for the field labor, and this field labor should be very cheap and skilled if you want to be successful in this business. This is a chart with the 15 crops which are the top rated crops in Punjab, and you will be surprised that Verbena hybrida gives a net profit of 4.5 lakhs per hectare, and Ballus perennis gives a net profit of 5.25 lakhs for 1 hectare. The per kg rate are also mentioned here, and the seed yield is also mentioned for each crop. And the farmers who want to diversify and who have small land holdings and want to earn more, this is one of the best ventures which they can. These are some of the successful farmers who have been doing their the flower seed production since last many years. These are some of the views of the flower fields on which flower seed production is being done. This is lupins, this is coreopsis, calendula, and ageratum. More views from California, Iceland poppies, dimorphothecas, phlox, and marigold. Some more views for the crops which are being grown in Punjab. Some more views: wallflower, nasturtiums, ornamental onions, and dianthus. Some more views: paper flower, verbenas, phlox, ageratums, alyssum. Oh, I have some suggestions for the floriculture fraternity, that we should have specialized training courses for flower seed production. We should have a package of practices. I think agriculture universities can do this job of creating literature in form of package and practices for flower seed production, and a written agreement between the farmer and the contracting agencies should be there. Flower seed producers association should be formed. Machinery for harvesting and cleaning should be designed. Probably this is the job of agriculture engineers. Incentives to the farmers should be done who diversify from conventional crops to the floriculture crops. Crop insurance for flower seeds crops should also be there. There should be an ease in quarantine and custom clearance, and there should be incentives in terms of duty drawback. If you export clothes or hosiery or anything else, you get some duty drawback. But here for flower seeds, there is no incentive for the exporters. In the end, I will conclude that the commercial flower seed production sectors needs a strategic and focused approach in the rightful development of the sector for generating income for the small farmers, employment to the rural youth, and earning handsome foreign exchange. Collaborative efforts of farmers, companies, and the government in contracting farming for flower seed production will add to the overall socio-economic development of the nation. Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present the flower seed production before you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for such a nice talk. So friends, this was another aspect of floriculture, that is flower seed production. And we all know that Punjab is known for flower seed production, especially for annual flowers, and where the climate is very congenial for the production of seeds. So as a horticulture, we all are committed to the farmers, for the welfare of the farmers. So thank you to Dr. Manish Kapoor for enlightening us on this aspect at this platform. And I think audience like this lecture very much, as I can read your comments. So, uh, sir has elaborated all the aspects like contract farming of the seeds and the problems faced by farmers and the other the seed companies. So, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kiran.
Yes, sir. So, friends, now we have very dynamic personality with us. Uh, yes, I'm talking about Mr. Dr. Naresh Pancholi, sir, a man with very vast knowledge and very vast experience in the field of landscaping. Dr. Naresh Pancholi is the founder of Class Associates, situated in Surat. He has done his MSc Horticulture from Gujarat Agriculture University and PhD in Agriculture Botany from University of Reading, UK. He has his expertise in landscaping. His firm Class Associates is involved in multifaceted activities such as landscape design and its execution, horticulture consultancy for sports such as cricket grounds, golf courses, etc., maintaining turf, industrial environment improvement, green belt development, regeneration of destroyed log forest areas back to its original species composition, execution of agroforestry projects, etc. So looking at his expertise, we have requested Mr. Pancholi that sir please share your knowledge at this platform, and within no time to become agree for this. So I'm very much thankful to you sir for this. So now I would like to invite Dr. Pancholi to deliver his talk on innovations in urban landscaping. Over to you, sir.
Namaste to everyone.
Yes, sir. You just start your presentation, sir.
Yeah. Is it visible and audible?
So you are audible but not visible, sir.
And my slide?
Okay, sir. Just wait for a few minutes, sir. It's presenting.
It says here you are presenting to everyone. So I suppose it should be.
Yes, sir. You are presenting, sir.
Yeah, okay.
But your slides are not visible, sir. Please share your screen, sir. Yes, sir.
Just a minute. Is it now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. My screen visible?
No, sir. It's not visible, sir.
Then I think you can load
Yes, now
from
it is
your.
visible, sir. Yes, now it is visible, sir. You just start. You please proceed,
Okay.
sir. It's visible, sir. Now you can proceed, sir.
Okay. Fine. So you are loading from your end?
No, sir. You are presenting. You operate yourself, sir. It's visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank Honorable Vice Chancellor for inviting me to participate in this webinar. Respected Vice Chancellor, Principal and Dean, Organizing Committee, my fellow speakers, and virtual participants. Today, I'll be covering innovations in urban landscape. Before I go on, I'll just give a very brief background of our activities. We have a firm called Palas Associates, and it's mainly active in the field of landscape development and maintenance, and that is of very high quality. I'll share some of our projects pictures so you can get some idea. So apart from this, we are also giving consultancy for sports field development like cricket, golf courses, and other sport related fields where turf grasses are used. So the first question is, what is landscape? In a very simple word, landscape is an activity to improve the appearance of any given piece of land, ground, highway by planting trees, shrubs, or grasses. And in most of cases, it is an activity where alteration of ground contours are taking place. So this is a landscape. Then what is urban landscape? As the word says, urban, it is confined to towns, cities, and metros. Urban landscape includes urban parks.
Sorry to disturb you, sir. Sir, your slide is not moving, sir.
Pardon?
Sir, your
My
slides are
slides.
not moving. You are on the first slide itself, so just move your slide, sir.
I think you can load from your end because here I can see that it's moving on my computer. So if you can load from your end.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah.
So now you can start, sir.
Yeah, okay. So please go on this next slide.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, okay. So I just covered this portion and now coming to the urban landscape. So urban landscape basically involves the area of towns, cities, metros, and that also includes the urban parks, gardens, small public gardens, recreational parks, and garden for urban dwellers. One very basic information I would like to share that in urban areas, individual garden spaces are limited, particularly in big cities and metro areas. To possess a bungalow having garden is a big dream. So most of time what happens that common garden is shared among a huge population base. So this is the some restriction of urban landscaping. Next, please. Because of these restrictions, many innovative ideas have developed over years. I'll speak on some of these ideas like pot gardens, vertical gardens, and rooftop, terrace, and podium gardens. Then water bodies with plants. Next. Innovation in nutrition, innovation in equipments, innovative designs, and at the end, availability of educated and skilled workforce. So these are some of the components related to urban landscaping. Next. Now I'll take the first one, vertical gardens and pots. As initially I mentioned that space is a limiting factor in urban area. So initially architects, designers, what they did, they started making vertical gardens as one of the element of landscape. But after its success, now the landscape architects are creating vertical wall as the main feature of landscape. I'll tell you, there are so many projects going on in the country where very large grand facade in the entrance of landscape is vertical garden. Please go back to the previous slide. So vertical garden is nothing but the vertical extension of garden, where all type of miniature plantations are used. And these are coupled with some technological innovations and wide availability of varieties. So that has made this challenging situation a very nice and presentable. Next one, please. So these are the samples of vertical gardens. On the left side, this is a quite a huge one, approximately 60 feet in length and 18 feet tall. This part is totally exposed to the sunlight. Then on the right, it is the indoor garden. The entire wall, this green wall, is inside the building, and sunlight is never directly going on these plants. So we have to do arrangement for artificial lighting. So every day we are providing lights for 7 to 8 hours. So that's why this type of healthy growth is achievable. Then the bottom portion, 1/3 of the wall is in the shaded area and remaining 2/3 is in the lighted area. Next, please. So just like what I discussed the last slide, the top left side picture, you can see that 1/3 of the wall is sandwiched between the boundary wall and the bungalow. So there, sunlight is not going to penetrate. So you have to be very selective. Under such light conditions, only shade-loving plants you can select. While in open area, you can select even flowering plants. Then the slide on picture on the right, again, it's a foliage plant. This particular one is situated in the partial lighted area, and the bottom one is in the partial light. Next, please. Now, coming to the self-watering pots. Every flat owners in cities, they desire that they could have some pots. So in balconies, in kitchen, or maybe some window sills, they keep plants. However, in the normal pots, there are some limitations. People normally do not encourage gardeners to visit that bedroom, some clinical spaces in hospitals, in offices, or some indoor spaces where everyday movement of gardener is not advisable. So that's why this self-watering pot concept came in the picture. Here, you apply water in the pot, water goes down in the reservoir. So in each pot, there's a reservoir. So water is stored there and it lasts for 3 to 4 weeks, depending on the surrounding temperature and ambient humidity. I'll share how it works. I have some graphical presentation. Next one. So using self-watering pot, it prevents the excess water and soil draining out. You must have noticed that in normal pots, whenever we irrigate it, some soil, color of pot, it will come out with the water and it will leave reddish, blackish stain on the wall. So it will spoil your flooring, bases, walls, everything. Then to prevent this, normally we put tray or dish below the pot. So excess water will accumulate in those trays. Now you are inviting mosquito breeding. Particularly in metro cities, municipal authorities are very stringent. They frequently visit apartments and if they notice mosquito larvae, they will give notice and they will also fine. So these two major problems are eliminated in self-watering pots. And the last one, they encourage deep root system because water stays in the reservoir at the bottom. So roots are tend to grow inside up to that area. So you have deep roots system. Next one. So this is the graphical presentation. Number one, that is the water level indicator. So normally we add water from the top, water goes down up to the bottom and there's a reservoir. And number two, along with water, you can also add fertilizers, liquid fertilizers. Then number three, these are the hydrophilic granules. In India, we are using expanded clay. They call commercially Leica. But original Lechuza company, which invented this technology in Germany, so they have their own patented granules, and we don't know what is that. But those granules are much superior than Leica. So these granules are acting as a drainage layer and controls the water supply. Then number four is the separator plate. So this plate prevents all your root zone soil mixture mixing with the water below. And number five is the drainage plug. Ideal indoor self-watering pot should have drainage plug because if you keep these plants outside and if it's a rainy season, there would be a lot of water accumulation inside. So if that is the purpose, you just take out the plug, so excess water will flow out. And when you are using indoor, then you plug it. Next, please. So these are the samples of self-watering pots. Left side, Raphis palm, that is the Lechuza company's pot. You must have noticed these type of pots kept at the most of airports. And rest, some of are from Indian manufacturer. That is just to give an idea that you can use at various places for different light conditions. Next, please. Now coming to the next point, that is rooftop, terrace or podium gardens. The word itself suggests in case of rooftop and terrace that it's the top of the building. Then what is podium? So in architectural language, podium is nothing but a slab. But this slab is at the ground floor level. In big housing societies in the metros, there are huge uh, number of buildings coming up in a same location. I will just give an example that a typical housing complex consists 15 to 20 buildings, and each building is 12 to 10 to 12 stories. So you will have 150 to 240 flats in the same complex. And if you consider 4 people per flat staying, then around 1,000 people population is dwelling in such single housing complex. So these 1,000 people, you need a space for two-wheeler parking, four-wheeler parking. So architects, they made space available underground. So out of 12 stories, 2 stories are reserved underground for parking, and rest 8 or 10 stories above ground for the stay. So this underground parking slab, that is called podium, and on podium, a very full-fledged garden is developed. Now, because of this space, many countries around the world, they have drafted policies for greening of open space. I'll share 2 examples. Next one. One is from Tokyo Metropolitan Government. They made a legislation that any construction project having 1,000 square meter of footprint area, or if that project is for public facilities, then area should be 250 square meter. And all this area should be green. All areas should be green. And in 2008, rooftop coverage was up to 89 hectares. That was in Tokyo itself. Next, please. Then the second example is from Germany. Germany in Europe is the biggest uh, country under green rooftop area. It is estimated that 12% of all buildings in Germany are having green roofs. In 1989 alone, 100 hectares of roofs were available, and by 1996 it reached to 1,000 hectares. So today, this rooftop market in Germany is growing by 19%. Next, please. So when you are dealing with this type of gardens, the biggest problem we face is the control of weight. It is also known as load-bearing capacity of building. A normal dry soil is weighing around 1.5 ton per cubic meter. However, when this soil gets wet, it will weigh to 2.2 tons per cubic meter. Such a high load will destabilize the structure if it is not properly designed, and eventually it will develop cracks in the columns, beams, and ultimately stability will be reduced. Next, please. So many times architects ask us to reduce this weight from 2.2 tons to only 750 kg. So this is really demanding situation. So under this type of circumstances, you have to blend certain lightweight material. For example, you can use vermiculite, which has 180 kg density. Perlite has 150 kg density. Coco peat has only 50 kg density. But we remember, do not add sand, because sand is like a stone. So stone weight is much more than the soil. Next, please. So these are the pictures of vermiculite, perlite, coco peat. They have their own pros and cons. So you have to do experiments by keeping in mind three factors. All these materials should provide anchoring to the plant. They should be well draining, no excess water accumulation, and they should be good enough to provide the moisture and nutrients requirement of plants. Next, please. So apart from weight, one more factor, and that is water. So when we are doing podium gardens, waterproofing is of utmost important. So high quality waterproofing is required to prevent the leakages. Important point to consider that water should not remain standing for a long time on the surface of podium. So your drainage system should be very efficient and effective to let all water run off immediately. Next. And there are so many systems available. Initially, if you can remember 30, 40 years back when not technological innovations were not there, we used to use brick beds, small pieces of bricks to put a layer of brick beds, and then you put this soil manure mixture. But in that case, bricks were providing a hurdle to the water. So if you can just imagine that a runner is running on a road, and if you keep putting obstacle on his way, then his speed will be reduced. So similarly here, when brick beds are used, water is facing obstacle. So now currently, very good system called as drain cells and geofabric or geomembrane, they are used very widely. Next, please. This is the section how it is working. Starting from the bottom is concrete slab, then waterproofing membrane on slab. As I said earlier, very good waterproofing is required. So there are a lot of materials available. Some people apply chemical coating, but it is always preferable to lay a membrane, because chemical coating after some years they will develop cracks and water will penetrate from there. Then on top of waterproofing membrane comes the drain cell. Drain cells, I will just show a couple of pictures later on. They allow water to pass freely. Then on top of the drain cell, we are using geomembrane. Geomembrane is a non-woven fabric. And people use 150 GSM to 250 GSM. GSM is gram per square meter. So that is the thickness known. Larger the number, thicker the fabric. Then on top of the geomembrane, we will keep 20 centimeter thick layer of gravel and sand, and then required layer of soil, manures, fertilizers, and other soil amendment chemicals. And on top of that, lawn and plantation. So water will, like rainwater, they will percolate through all this layer, will reach up to the geomembrane, where geomembrane will block the soil particles and will allow only water to pass through the drain cell. And from there, water will go to the main chamber of drainage. Next, please. So these are the example of drain cells. The center one is in the form of roll. These are very convenient to use. Next, please. And these are the geofabric, geotextile. So it's a non-woven. Like all our fabrics, we have vertical and horizontal yarn viewed into shirt, pants, saris, but here it's a specially made in the factory. And these are very strong and long lasting. They estimate its life around 40 years. Next, please. And these are the final gardens developed on the podium. On the top picture, you can see it's around 3,000 square meter of garden just on the slab. Right picture, that's the award-winning garden in Mumbai. Again, it is on the 7th floor of podium. Then the bottom one, again, podium level garden. Next, please. Moving on to water bodies with plants. Almost everyone would love to have water body in their garden. So a lot of designs available, lot of ideas available for making such water bodies. But basic principles remains the same. First, prevention of water leakage. If your liner is not good, then slowly water will percolate under the ground, and you will have to top up water every now and then. Then to prevent the algal growth, and ultimately to establish a micro ecosystem where a healthy plant and other flora, fauna are living together. Next, please. So these are the examples of water bodies. The bottom picture, you can see the artificial birds are kept in the water bodies. Next, please. This is the sequence. The top picture, that was the beginning where you install the liner and other civil activities. And the right side picture is the finishing after the liner work. Then the bottom left picture, plantation were introduced. And the final picture after 2 years is the matured water body where all plants are growing properly. Next, please. Again, few more examples of water body. This was just made last year, and in the red box, you can see the lot of algal growth is there. This is very challenging to control. Three factors are responsible for algal growth. First, lot of sunlight available. Algae loves sunlight, so that is the first. Second, warm temperature, because most of time solar radiation is going directly in the water, so temperature is there is quite high, so that is also ideal for algal growth. And the third, availability of nutrients, nitrogen and phosphates, that will encourage algal growth. So how can you control algae? The first and most important thing is to reduce the surface area to getting sunlight. So you can have maximum number of floating plants. So right now we have introduced some lilies and other vegetation. So probably in next 3-4 months, it will cover the surface area and it will prevent sunlight going inside the water. So slowly algae will disappear. Then you can also introduce some fish. There are some fish like koi, which loves to eat algae. Next, please. So you can introduce the fish. Next. Now moving on, innovation in nutrients. In most of landscape, urban landscape area, where you are growing plants on rooftop or vertical gardens or in pots, you have to apply balanced fertilizers. So like triple 10, triple 19. In recent years, lot of forms of different fertilizers like slow release fertilizers, water soluble fertilizers, coated fertilizers, coating in the form of polymers, bentonite, sulfur coating, microbial agent coating. So these all type of fertilizers are available. And they are taking your garden quality to one higher level. Next, please. So these are the coated fertilizers. Then the central part, these are called as fertilizer sticks. So you insert one stick in the pot and forget it. For next 2 months, this stick will slowly release the required nutrients to the plants. And in Indian market, this 10, 10, 10, 19, 19, 19, those are also available easily everywhere. So we can use it. Next, please. Coming to the very important part of landscape maintenance. So single most tools required is a lawnmower, because most of landscape 70 to 80% of area is under lawn, and to maintain the lawn you need very good lawn mower. So these are the live lawn mowers, because 200 years back when the golf was first introduced in the Scotland in England, at that time there were no mechanical machines available. So people used to release their sheep to graze the grass. So that was the first mechanical live lawn mowers. Next, please. Then a lot of inventions and sophistication took place. First, hand mowers came into service, then some grass trimmers, and that's the robot lawn mower. This is the recent invention. For last 3 to 4 years, it's circulating in Europe. And the bottom one, high quality lawn mowers. These are like computerized lawn mowers. They can cut grass in mm's. Yeah, if you ask, I want to cut grass at the height of 2.4 mm, so it will set that setting. So that is such a precision machine. Next, please. Then a lot of other tools. Routinely, we used to use scissors, hedge secateurs. Now we are using power uh, tools, good quality secateurs, then computerized timers. And last one, you can see that's a moisture sensor. Moisture sensors are nothing, but it's a type of a sensor which is inserted into the soil up to the root zone level. You can see the roots next to it. So whenever those area around the root zone gets dry, it senses this and sends the signal to the computer. And then computers overrides your program and gives water. Next, please. Then innovative designs. No landscape is complete without very nicely designed. Today in India, there are so many landscape architects, and some of them are really having international reputations. So they created very good landscapes, and if you show those landscapes, your mind will be pleased. So I'll share some of those pictures. Next, please. So this was in 2005. That is industrial landscape. You won't believe. So this is of that high quality design and maintenance. So like lawn is flowing outside in the parking. So that is the concept. Next, please. Uh, Here we have used shade-loving grasses under the mango orchards. This orchard was around 30 years old and very less light was penetrating. So we use shade-loving grasses. Next, please. Again, good utilization of contours, land modulation. So architect played with land modulations. You can clearly see the triangle pattern. Next, please. Again, a design, some geometrical flow. using two different texture of grasses. Next, please. And this is a classical design where all forms of plant, color, texture, height, these all are used. So you can see the variation in design. So it's pleasing. Next, please. And this is the last topic. It used to be a time when shortage of skill and educated workforce was limiting factor. With our Malis, gardeners, they were not trained properly. And we were developing gardens only relying on them. Even at that time, several garden contractors, they were coming from the engineering field, commerce field, and they became the contractor. But now that is no more the case. All over India, we have agricultural universities, and they are giving very good horticultural or agriculture graduates, and they are coming into landscape business. So overall, because of this, the quality of landscape will improve a lot. Next, please. Now, many universities are running training programs for Mali. Navsari Agricultural University, as Dr. Chawla already suggested and mentioned, that certificate course in turf grass management is also going there. So, collectively, uh, with the help of all these things, our urban landscape will go to the next level and will look very pleasing. Next, please. So that is the end of my talk. Once again, I would like to thank the organizing committee and the university to invite me to be a part of this webinar. And feel free, if anyone has question, let me know. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your practical knowledge with us. So, Dr. Panchwali has explained innovations in urban landscaping. He explained new topics like new fertilizers, self-watering plants, and new machineries in landscaping. So I hope that our workforce participants got benefited with his expertise talk. I just want to add here that Mr. Panchwali is frequently invited as a guest lecturer in this task force at NAU. And I just want to inform the students that Mr. Pancholi is very much eager and always ready for the help of students and share his knowledge with students. So if students need any guidance, they can directly contact Dr. Pancholi, sir. Thank you once again, sir. We are overwhelmed with your
Thank you.
presence.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you, sir. So friends, now we are moving toward the last presentation of this webinar. And in this, I will be talking about the vertical garden. So I'm just uploading my presentation. Wait for a few seconds. Since we are moving toward our last presentation for this webinar, recent trends in floriculture and landscape industry. Uh, we have eminent scientists today, and we touched various aspects of floriculture, that is protected cultivation, and then native flora, drying of flowers, turf management, as well as seed production in floriculture. And we are enlightened with Mr. Pancholi with the new concepts, innovations in urban landscaping. Now I'm going to present my talk on vertical garden, that is transition from grey to green wall for better urban environment. So as Mr. Pancholi has also explained that it is the utilization of the vertical expansion, vertical space. We all know that people are shifting from rural to urban areas constantly, and the urban population is increasing throughout the world, which is expected to increase more than 68% by 2050. So as a result of this shift, our cities, they are becoming more congested, polluted, and noisy, and they also resulted in the complete jungle, which are further deteriorating the microclimate. So need for new urban approaches emerged just because of this increase in population and this shift from rural to urban areas. And there is a shrinkage of land for gardening in the cities. So because we have no space, horizontal space in cities, and a substantial amount of vertical space is available, which is underutilized in the cities. So that opened the door for wide popularity of vertical gardening in the cities. So actually vertical garden is exploiting a potential of the vertical plane to grow plants, and it is attached to exterior or interior wall of the building, and it is ideal method of gardening where space is a problem. So every square inch of the land is very important in the congested cities, or in where people who are garden lovers and not having that much space for their passion for gardening. So every square inch is very important for them. And this walls of the buildings, fences, and stair railings, every vertical space available with us can be utilized for this purpose. So it is about creating green space that match beautiful modern architecture. So it is not just placing the plants inside the house or in a building. It is just merging the beautiful architecture with the greenery. So the balance is very much important. Benefits of vertical gardens, why we should install this, or why it is getting popularized throughout the world, and also in India now, in Gujarat itself. So first is space issue, because a greening solution for home where space is a challenge, and its aesthetic importance, because it is a living work of art. When one install a green garden, a vertical garden in office or home, there is no need for any other painting or decoration at walls. It is itself very aesthetic. And there are other benefits like health and wellness. We all know that plants, it reduce the stress, enhance the well-being. They purify the indoor air. They protect the building from sun, rain, and thermal fluctuation. Save energy by their cooling effect, by evapotranspiration effect, cooling and changing the microclimate of the area where it is installed. Noise reduction, it blocks high frequency sound and also reduce the urban heat island effect. It promotes family time. Those who are passionate about just gardening, they can spend their time, they can transfer their passion to their family, and they can spend time with their family. It also increases biodiversity in the cities and increase real estate value of buildings. And the most important point about this vertical gardening is that it is a very good source of employment generation nowadays, because for designing, installation, nursery, and for raising of nursery plants and its maintenance, we need manpower. We need skilled manpower. So it is also increasing employment. So from these two pictures, it is very much clear that how this verticalscaping or this vertical greenery enhance the aesthetic appeal of an area. In one picture, there is complete jungle without greenery. in another vertical greenery. This is a picture from Dubai. So there are some studies and research findings about the research on the plants, or especially on vertical gardens. Chemical particles such as NO2, SO2, sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide are harmful for human body, and the vertical garden can filter these hazardous gases by capturing airborne contaminants and depositing them on leaf surfaces. 60 meters square of vertical garden can filter 80 tons of harmful gases and process 15 kg of heavy metals. A vertical garden can reduce impact of wind by 75 and heating demand by 25%. Vertical garden can reduce the energy for air conditioning as much as 30%. These benefits are also we can get from the plant. But here we are talking about the utilizing the vertical space. Benefits are same. Plants, or we are growing in pots or in vertical garden or in horizontal garden, the benefits are same. But here the benefit is with space. The study has shown that the under vertical greenery, outdoor temperature was found to be 5.5 degrees Celsius lower and corresponding energy reduction by 50 to 70%. The vertical garden simply reduces the surface temperature of building by limiting the heat flux going through the wall. So about the history of this vertical gardening, that actually it is not that much known that when human beings started growing plants indoors. But yes, there are some references that hanging garden of Babylon, we all know hanging garden of Babylon. It is best example of utilizing vertical space. And this is Stanley Hart White. Actually, this man is considered as the inventor of green ball, and he patented his green ball and named it as botanical bricks. Actually, Mr. Stanley Hart White was a professor of landscape architecture at the University of Illinois from 1922 until 1959. But in modern vertical gardens or modern greenery, a Frenchman, Patrick Blanc, is considered as the father of modern vertical gardens. Is pioneer in the field of creating vertical gardens. Mr. Patrick has spent his childhood in the woodlands with his mother, and from there he was very close to the nature and observed the plant growing on the wall in the forest areas and on the rocks. And he invented his first vertical garden when he was 18. By profession, he is a scientist, and he traveled throughout the world. He has created more than hundreds of gardens throughout the world. And not the normal vertical gardens, but the masterpiece. Some of the pictures are here. He developed many gardens in Singapore. In the first picture, Mr. Blanc's home and workspace surrounded by lush green walls and has aquarium. Then next is this vertical garden created at Paris and in Bangkok. So according to Mr. Patrick Blanc, to keep plants growing well, they should be grown as close to their natural state as possible. So broadly, we can classify vertical garden into green facade and living wall. And for the green facades, we can divide on the basis of what particular type of sports we are using for the climbers. Cable and wire rope net system, modular trellis panel system. In case of living wall, modular living wall and vegetated mat wall, according to the what type of modules we are using in vertical garden. So this is a photograph of a wire wall, living wall, and a green facade. And the vertical garden are further classified into indoor and outdoor. So actually, this green wall or living wall or vertical garden, these are the terms used interchangeably. And green wall is self-sufficient system in which plants are grown in vertical system that can be freestanding but are generally attached to the internal or external wall. In green walls, the vegetation, growing medium, irrigation, and drainage are incorporated into the one system. And various type of modular panels can be used along with geotextile fabrics. Why I'm saying various type of modular panels? Because our engineers, they are creating new designs and modules day by day, and it is a field where there are great scope for innovation. So various type of modules one can use in this wall. So about the green facade, it is made up of climbing plants. just opposite to the vertical garden, where the plants they are attached to the wall and grown in a modular structure. Here the plants they have their roots in ground, and they're trained to grow over a wall or specially designed supporting structures. Green facades are created through the growing climbing plants up and across the face of the building, from either plants rooted in the ground or in containers installed at different levels up to the face of building. Earlier it was in the ground level only, but now hybrid system is there, so we can install different containers in the wall also. Some of the differences between the both. The both are used for exploiting the potential of this vertical space. But the differences now, I think it is clear from both the slides that one is rooted into the ground and one is fixed into the framed wall. And this living wall or bio wall provide great diversity of plants. Not only climbing plants, it supports great diversity. Like we can grow ground covers, flowers, flowering plants, foliage plants, fern, and other plants with trailing and hanging growth habits. Whereas in case of green facade, it is made of whereas in case of green facade, made up of climbing plants or cascading ground covers to cover specially designed supporting structure. It is low cost and easy to install, whereas the wire wall it is a little bit costlier. So plant selection is very much important when we talk about vertiscaping, utilizing the vertical space. Either it is this bio wall or green facade. In nature, many plants thrive on rocks and tree spaces or trunks of the trees. Such plants are more suitable for the living wall. For example, we all know that epiphytes, the lithophytes, orchid mosses, and ferns, they grow naturally vertically on the trunk or the rocks. So plants for interior living walls or the shady area, we all know that if we are using plants interior, there will be shade, and so we can use the plants a good mixture of ground covers, fern, Syntapsis aureus, philodendron, and low shrubs, which are tolerant to the shady conditions. For exterior living wall, Jabrina pendula, Tetrachia species, Chlorophytum comosum, Syzygia cupreata, Cryptanthes species, Rhizothamus, Pulchella, Fronds, Pepromia, Syngonium, and Podophyllum, etc. can be used. These are some of the pictures of the plants which are suitable for a green facade. We can use any type of climbing plant, whether it is creeper or a twiner or rambler, like Hedera helix, climbing roses. We can use this as on the trellises. Vernonia lagnifolia, Ficus ripens, Icomia purpurea, Bougainvillea species, Monstera, Jasminum auriculatum. Generally, for the buildings, we avoid the plant with having penetrating roots. Plants for bio wall, like money plant is the best plant for bio wall. Then different types of ferns like Nephrolapsus, Chlorophytum comosum is very good plant for bio wall. Asparagus, both the species Asparagus springeri and myri, both are suitable for bio wall. Syngonium, Jabrina pendula, Pepromia, and Tetrachia species. All are suitable for bio wall. So now one concept is there that plants they improve the air quality. We all know that plants improve the air quality, but this NASA has conducted a study and indoor air quality. Indoor air quality is just a term to the air quality within and around the building and structures, and which is related to the health and comfort of the building occupants. Because nowadays city dwellers, the urban population is spending more than 85 to 90% time indoors, and which led to many mental disorders or sickness like which is also called sick building syndrome, dizziness, headache. These are the common symptoms. So NASA recommends one healthy plant in a 6 to 8 inch container for every 100 square feet of living space. These are the photographs of some of the plants which are recommended by NASA for purifying the indoor air: Chlorophytum, Spathiphyllum, Gerbera, Epiprimnum, Nephrolapsus, and Aglonema, Anthurium, etc. So we can also incorporate these plants in our indoor garden to purify the indoor air. So before designing the living wall, some consideration should be kept in mind. So first point is that each vertical garden must be given a unique design. Should be unique because we have variety of plants. We can place plants accordingly, and just like painting, we can create a painting on a wall with the help of different colorful plants. Climatic condition of the area is very important, which one should keep in consideration. The maximum minimum temperature of the area, rainfall, sun exposure, because in a multi-story buildings, the exposure of sun varies from day to day time, day to night, day to evening, and from upper side to lower side. At different locations in the multi-story building, the sunlight availability is varied. So it is very important consideration before installing the living wall. Selection of species. The species selected for this vertical garden must be beautiful throughout all the season of the year. And access to crane machinery, storage, handling of materials is very important. Because when we are doing vertiscaping in multi-story buildings, the accessibility is very important for the maintenance itself. Maintenance also. So the load-bearing capacity of the wall, and irrigation facilities one should kept in mind before installing. And drainage is a very big issue in this living wall, because excess water we are using drip irrigation system in this, and excess water need to be drained out. So proper facility for drainage must be there. The well executed design minimize future maintenance demand. So if one want to reduce the maintenance demand, the execution must be very good. And we all know that in landscaping, one concept is there that right plant at right place. But in case of vertical garden, it is the most important factor, that right plant at right place. It makes more sense in vertical garden. So after that, media composition is very important in vertical garden. So generally we use light-weighted media because there is load on the wall. So media must be sufficiently porous to drain off excess water, and it must provide anchorage to the plant, support to the plant. And the use of organic matter should be minimal, as this lead to choke geofabric, as we are using geofabric inside the different modules. So light-weighted media like coco peat, perlite, vermiculite, expanded clay, etc. are used. Addition of slow-release fertilizer as basal dose is recommended in the media. So there are some factors which affect the vertical garden. Then the most important 4 factors are the selection of plants. If you all know, the selection of plants should be according to the climate of the area, and the location of biowall, at which side of the building it is located. And media and nutrition, it is very important that media anchorage, it provides anchorage and nutrition as well. And the nutrition we provide with the drip irrigation method. So balanced fertilizer should be used, and most of the time foliar application of micronutrients is also done in case of vertical gardens. And irrigation, irrigation generally we do with the drip irrigation system. It is automatic system in most of the cases, but regular monitoring is very much important. So one dripper takes care of 3 pots, generally 3 to 4 pots vertically down, and under this scenario, seepage of water from all the top pots get accumulated to the bottom row, and that's why it creates a waterlogging condition. So to overcome this, use the drippers per pot. So generally, in most of the vertical gardens, this drip line is at the first module in the upper side, and then water accumulated in the last row. So a new module and new establishment of irrigation structure is coming, so that there will be proper water supply to each and every plant in the vertical garden. And the 4th most important factor is light in vertical garden. If green wall is indoor, then sufficient light must be provided. In less light condition, plants tend to elongate with yellowing, and they shed their leaves, drooping. They droop down, and artificial light must be provided 7 to 8 hours per day. And this is the case especially in indoor vertical garden. Light is very important. For installation of vertical wall, it is composed of pre-vegetated panels from the photograph it is here, which are fixed to a frame on wall. So the supporting structure consists of PVC board mounted on a stud work. Plastic or metal growing containers can be hung on a metal grid fixed to the wall. So we have plants. Then plants, they are grown with the potting media. They are grown in geotextile bags, and then they are fitted into the module. Or then this module is fitted in the frame structure. There are different types of modules, like the square module is there, bucket system is there, pot system is there. So these are some of the designs. The growing media in these systems provide a structure to support the plant and facilitate water, air, and nutrient access, decreasing the need for constant management, which is the case with the hydroponic system. So not that much maintenance is required in this substrate vertical garden. The air gap between the board and the wall behind ensure the double protection against moisture. There must be a little bit gap. The construction must be lightweight, not more than 25 to 30 kg per meter square, including media and plants. That's why we are using lightweighted media in vertical gardens. So apart from living wall, another one is vegetated mat wall. And again, the same person that known as the father of vertical gardening, of modern vertical gardening, Mr. Patrick Blank. So he is pioneer, vegetated mat wall pioneered by Patrick Blank, and it's composed of 2 layers of synthetic fabric with pockets that physically support plants and growing media. Nutrients distributed through an irrigation system that cycles water from the top to the down of the wall. So some points one should consider before designing a green facade. So we all know that it is low cost, easy to install, that from ground, its roots in ground, and then it is trained upwards. It's just like climbers, but climbers trained in a very beautiful and artistic way. So when we are installing multi-story facades, climbing plants in container at different height require cabling, netting, plate square support. Different types of supports are provided to the climbers, and on the basis they are classified into different categories. If using facades for screening, use evergreen species and create a structure so that plant can grow on it. A mesh, you can create a mesh or a net of cabling. Keep gap of 3 to 10 centimeter between building and the plants to maximize cooling effect. For enhancing biodiversity, one can include species with flowers, nectar, which can support the nest. So using this type of a green facade in the urban cities will enhance the biodiversity. It will attract butterflies and birds. This is the installation of the green facade. Different methods are webbing metal grid technique, cable and wire rope net system, modular trellis panel system. So webbing metal grid system technique, it is a simplest type for its construction. It is installed on a concrete wall, and it consists of fixing on the wall webbing. The grid is fixed to the wall with the 30 mm spacers, and then vegetation is trained on this structure as a cladding material. Cable and wire rope net system. So cables are employed to support faster growing climbing plants with denser foliage. Because in case of this vertical gardening, load is very much important. So there are denser climbers with the denser foliage. Some are light-weighted climbers. So for denser foliage, the support is very much important. Wire net are used to support slower growing plants that need support at closer intervals. And in both the systems, we use the cables which has high tensile steel, and which anchor and supplement with some equipment. So you can see in the pictures how these ropes with the supplementary equipment, how it is fixed in the wall. Various sizes and patterns can be accommodated as flexible vertical and horizontal wire ropes are connected through cross clamps. Another one is modular trellis panel system. It is a lightweight three-dimensional panel made of a galvanized and welded steel wire. This system is designed to hold a green facade of the wall surface so that plant material do not attach to the building. Provides a captive growing environment for the plant with multiple supports for the tendril and help to maintain the integrity of the building membrane. Because of the panels are rigid, they can span between the structure and can also be used for freestanding green walls. Means it will look like a vertical garden, a bio wall. These are some of the designs, how we can train climbers and we can utilize this vertical space for beautifying our cities, our walls. So in the first picture, vertical cables running from the ground up to the high trellis or mesh net. Second one is standalone trellis system. It looks very beautiful. Some structures are attached to this wall, and beautiful climbers are trained over it. Third one is mesh panel associated with container growing system. Here one mesh panel is there, and container is attached to that particular mesh, and plant is growing in that container and spreading on the wires. Next is cable installed from ground level to create a lattice. You can see the design, how beautifully like trellising, they are trained over the structure. The most important point in vertical garden is its maintenance. Because it is very easy to install a vertical garden, but its most important part is its maintenance. So for the climbing plants, annual or biennial pruning is required to make density and to cover the walls. To vigorous pruning, the vigorous pruning is done to rejuvenate the climbing plant, and regular monitoring of irrigation supply, that is the volume of water, frequency, substrate moisture content. It is very much important. Why regular monitoring? Because according to the season, according to the location, this water availability of the plant changes. And though it is fully automated, but not that much automated, so regular monitoring is very much important. Water is very important factor in vertical garden. So monitor plant nutrition and maintain a log of fertilizer addition and records of pH and electrical conductivity before and after this fertilizers. Drainage is very important. Ensure good functioning. Remove dirt from the drainage channel, drainage gutter, litter and other deposits from the drain inspection chamber. Check plumbing hardware. Check conditions of the filter sheet and deeper layers if necessary, because drainage is very much important. So while projecting a vertical garden, the consideration, the main point is the costing of the project. So why vertical garden? They are not that much popularized in India, though these are popularized, but in at the small scale in the house, people they are creating new ideas for vertical scaping. Like they are using bottles, they are using bamboos. But at commercial scale, it is only famous in corporate offices or in some government projects, because of its the high cost of the vertical walls. So construction cost will vary according to some of the following factors, like project size and system type, which type of module, which type of system one is going to follow in the vertical gardening, and the site location and access, where it is located, we are going to construct vertical garden, what is the accessibility to the location. So distance for transport, because sometimes framed structure is needed to be a pre-framed frame structure is needed to be transported to the site of establishment. So distance is very much important. Support structure requirement. Then access for mobile cranes, access to wood and lifts, because we are using this vertical gardening generally in multi-story buildings, and the complexity of the design is also important factor while costing or the cost realization of the project. Timing of the project. So at what time of the year you are starting your project, or how fast or how early the customer is demanding that the time period. It's a long-term project, or they need it very fast. So the cost depends upon all these factors, including contract growing of plant, its maintenance. So if we talk about the Gujarat, there is increasing trend of vertical gardens in Gujarat. These are some of the photographs from the different parts of Gujarat, especially from Ahmedabad. So first is this Shreya and Tila Sandhu Bhavan Road, Ahmedabad. So multi-story buildings. It is decorated with this vertical wall, and this Sky City Sheila Ahmedabad. Uh, you can see that the roadside, the walls, they are planted with the vertical walls. Reliance Gas Plant, Jamnagar, it is indoor vertical garden. And Adani Port, uh, this last one picture is from Adani Port and SCC office. So slowly, not I can say slowly, but at very fast rate in the corporate sector, it is getting popularized because we all know that the working environment uh, is very important, and greenery have a very good effect on our work efficiency. So this is a wire wall installed for the demonstration purpose for the students at the College of Horticulture SGU Jagudan 2 years back, and it is doing well. It is in very good condition till date. So at the last, I want to conclude this presentation that vertical gardening is the best solution for shrinking horizontal space, and it is more than just aesthetics. It cool and insulate building, enhance biodiversity, reduce energy cost, improve air. So many benefits are there apart from its aesthetic sense, and it is very good alternative for the shrinking horizontal space. So with vertical greenery, we can soften the gray, rough, hard look of concrete walls, and we can transition from gray walls to the green walls. We can develop our concrete jungles into a very beautiful aesthetic habitat. So development of experience and knowledge of its benefit will encourage people to switch to green building construction, because it is not that much popularized in India like other countries like Singapore and Dubai. So there are some future thrusts in this sector because very less research is done in government sector in India, and there are some problems faced during the installation or the maintenance of the vertical garden, like standardization of suitable media for the particular plants and particular location, and study on selection of plants for particular location. These are the future thrust researchable issues, and the most important is the effective drainage system. And it is a sector of engineers to develop good modules and effective drainage system in vertical garden. And another aspect, another area is study on salt and accumulation inside the media. So as this if water accumulation is there, some fungal diseases and other diseases take place in vertical garden, it is very difficult to manage if any kind of disease or disorder occur in the vertical garden, so its maintenance is very difficult. So use of some organic fertilizers and biopesticides and biofertilizers, this is also a researchable issue in case of vertical garden. So with this, I just want to thank you all. Thank you very much. I'm done with my presentation. Thank you so much. So friends, with this, we are now moving toward the end of this webinar, and I hope you have enjoyed this. And uh, today we had very eminent speakers from different fields. So I think you have enriched yourself with their expertise presentation. Uh, so without wasting time now, I just want to invite my colleague, Ms. Dhani Patel, for the vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, one and all. Thank you, Dr. Kiran, for explaining deeply about the vertical walls. We hope this presentation will be very helpful because vertical gardens are very trending nowadays in the landscaping industry. Thank you, ma'am. And today we are here to end this today's webinar on recent trends in floriculture and landscape industry. I, Dhwani Patel, Assistant Professor, College of Horticulture, Jagudan, feel privileged to propose the vote of thanks on the behalf of College of Horticulture, Jagudan. I, on the behalf of organizing committee, extend a hearty vote of thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. R.K. Patel, sir, for encouraging and guiding us to organize this webinar in pandemic situation. Sir, you have always been the great support to us to organize such an event. I would like to thank Dr. R.N. Singh, sir, Director Research, Sardar Kushinagar Datiwada Agriculture University, for his gracious presence for inaugurating the webinar and delivering the inaugural speech. I feel short of words to express my gratitude to our worthy Dean and Principal, Dr. A.U. Amin, sir, for encouragement and support throughout and making it a successful event. I would like to thank Dr. J.R. Vadodaria, sir, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Vegetable Science, for the welcome address speech. Thank you, sir. I wish to express my gratitude to Dr. Y.C. Gupta, sir, Dean, College of Horticulture and Forestry, for delivering his lecture on advances in protected cultivation of flower crops. He shared his experiences and mastery in the field of protected cultivation, which was commendable, which will be effective to generate more income for the farmers using this technology. I am very grateful to Dr. S.N. Chawla, Associate Professor, Aspi College of Horticulture and Forestry, Navsari Agriculture University, for sharing and guiding everyone for different career opportunities in turf grass management. The topic was very futuristic and informative for the youth who can grab opportunities in this billion-dollar industry. We need to focus in this field. I would like to extend my special thanks to Dr. Priyanka Thakur ma'am, Principal Floriculturist at Dr. Y.S. Parmar University of Horticulture Science. The topic she delivered was utilization of native and naturalized plants and using it for dry flowers. The topic she delivered was very fresh and innovative, and the ideas can be grabbed by the virtual audience for doing any startup business. I am very grateful to the expert speaker, Dr. Manish Kapoor, sir, Associate Professor, Department of Botany, Punjabi University, Patiala, who delivered the lecture on contract farming in flower seed production, a boon to farmers' income, which was very informative for the farmers doing the, which was very informative and the practical point of view for the farmers who want to adopt this technology. People also can start this new venture of the seed production in flower crops. I would also like to thank Dr. Naresh Pancholi, founder of Palash Associates. Sir provided us information on the innovations in urban landscaping. Sir, we are very much thankful to you for enlightening us with your vast landscaping knowledge and expertise. I'm very thankful to our last speaker, Dr. Kiran Kumari, Head of Floriculture Department, Jagudan, and convener of the webinar for effective planning and dynamic leadership for this webinar and also delivering her talk on vertical walls. We owe special gratitude to Seed Spice Research Station for the valuable support in providing internet facilities to conduct the webinar in virtual meeting platform. I would like to thank Mrs. Neeta Punya, Agriculture Officer and Coordinator of this webinar, for her untiringly working and technical support. I would like to thank all the participants who had joined from every corner of the country to participate in this webinar and make it a successful endeavor. Last but not the least, I would like to thank all the people who helped directly or indirectly to make this event a memorable event. We hope this webinar has been informative to all the participants and it will provide great impact for the startups and innovations in the field of floriculture and landscape industry. Once again, I thank you all. Important instruction, the feedback link for the webinar will be sent to you shortly and you can submit it in next 24 hours. Thank you. Wishing you all a good day ahead. Now we all can leave the webinar as it is over.